Aluhu.
Aluhu.
Tashadala Henule Abotenu, Abiaga Mabiaska Yako, Ataka Dos, Shemeka Quados, Balu Shemeka Lamamae. We shall remain Shab El Shabbat, La So El Shabbat, the Dor Kame Ora. Beni Bene Shab Otilora. He said, Shayami Masada Shadaba Shabahi, where Ta'aris Urayon Masdi Shabbat Nafash. Balu Shemeka, Balu Emineka, Balu Turateka, Balu Dushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Unok Nolam Lahe, Baruch Shem Kabod Makutu Nolam Lahe, Baruch Kabod Lohim Bin Kumon Lekel Yom, Aluhu Nolam Lahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs. The Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
This is the holy Sabbath day. Holy means set apart and sanctified. Holy means to set apart or sanctify. Who sanctified this day?
God.
But in order to believe that God sanctified this day, you have to believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So that in you believing the God of Israel, because of that, you will sanctify the day. Right. You're not going to set the day apart if you don't believe in the God of Israel.
That's right.
You understand that?
That's right.
You're not going to fulfill these laws, commandments, and statutes if you don't believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If you don't believe in the God of Israel. If you don't believe in the eternal one. So in order, number one rule, in order to put any type of action towards God's laws, commandments, and statutes, you have to believe that the God of Israel is God.
That's right.
You have to believe that the God of Israel is one, and he's the only God. And this God gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to live by, which means these laws, commandments, and statutes restricts us. It restricts us from doing our own wanton ways. Okay? We have limitations when we're dealing with these laws, commandments, statutes, when we're dealing with a God, when we're dealing with this creator. Okay? It's a shame. It's a shame that people come to knowledge or come to know of who God is. And then after, they blame other things to condone their actions after. To justify their actions after. Why I don't want to serve God no more. And then they come up with so much reasons of why they don't want to do this no more. But whatever has detoured you away from serving God, you can't put the blame on God. You can't blame God to you. So the question is, what did God do to you that caused you to turn your back on his laws? Nothing. All God ever did was wake you up. All God ever did was provide for you and support you and did you good. And all we did to return the favor was turn our backs on God.
Show you the truth.
Okay? God saw fit to show you the truth. Show you his truth. Show you these laws. Because you had some good in you. You got good in you. We had Life. Life is like what? The breath of life. The only one that got breath, that got blown the breath of life into was Adam. The breath of life wasn't blown in me, you, nobody else. The only one that the breath of life was blown into was Adam. Adam. And because of Adam, after Adam, all living things came about. Humans came about after that. Okay? One of the attributes of God is gracious. Right? God said he's gracious. Right? Gracious, right? Godly, pleasing, acceptable, kindness, courtesy, merciful, compassionate. These are all the characteristics of God. Right? Now, Moses and Aaron did not sanctify the name of God. Not really Aaron. I ain't going to say Aaron. Moses did not sanctify the name of God. Okay? Right? When they brought out the water from the rock. So, they did not mention the name of God. So you can profane God's name just by not mentioning it. You can profane God's name just by your actions. By your actions being disagreeable with God, you can profane the name of God. You profane God. I ain't profane it. I ain't mention it. You did profane the name of God. Okay? So now, another thing I want to say. Right? Hur and Aaron held up Moses' hands while he had his hands up. I'm not going to say he was praying because the book didn't say he was praying. God told him to go down there while the nation of Israel was at war. He held his hand up and they had to hold his hand up because he started to get tired. The book didn't say he was praying. Okay? The only time they started raising their hands was when Solomon made that prayer in Second Kings. Yeah. Okay. When Solomon made that prayer. Okay. That's when they started raising their hands. But before that, they prostrated. They prostrated themselves. Even when you saw Isaac went out in the field to meditate. In the Hebrew, it said he was prostrate. He prostrated before God. Okay? And when you prostrate, you didn't have a specific direction to face. Right, because your face is down. Okay? Now, the Most High told Moses to tell the people, right, to stay away from women for 3 days. Right? Which means, even if they washed and was clean by evening, that wasn't good enough for God. You know why? Because you are preparing yourself for the presence of God. His presence is about to come down. Personal, his presence is about to ascend and come down. So therefore, right, they had to stay away from women for 3 days. Isn't that something else? You see what that semen does? There's no uncleanness like unto that. Like same thing like Nidata, women on her menstruation. There's no uncleanness like those two, man.
What's it called for?
Yes. Semen and the uncleanness of a woman when she's on her period, those two uncleannesses, something else, man. So I want to hit something up before I go into my chapter, Genesis 11. So we're going to go into Ecclesiasticus chapter 5 in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, right? It says, set not thy heart upon thy goods. Don't trust in your money. Don't trust in what you got because God could blow it away. God will blow on it. God will blow on it. Why? Because you have more trust in what you have than in God. And you think because of what you have, that's what's going to deliver you from whatever God put you through. No. No, that's not going to happen. Right, Tamshi?
And say not, I have enough for my life.
Don't say that. Don't say I got enough, Tamshi.
Follow not thine own mind.
Follow not your own mind. You know how many of us fall victim to this? That's why these wise words backs up the law.
Yes.
Okay? The wise words in the book backs up the law. It goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
What the Most High said.
Follow not thine own mind.
No, not that. So when you judge a matter, you need 2 or more witnesses. Diligent inquisition. You know why God said have 2 or more witnesses and you inquire diligent within the matter? Because he doesn't want you to assume and calculate and guess and have opinions and your thoughts start circulating all over the place.
Mind.
These are the laws of God. So by me adhering to the laws of God, these laws would cause me to walk a different way.
That's right.
Like my father always say, the laws of God changes hearts, minds, and actions. It changes your actions. It changes the way you think. It changes your thoughts. Certain things not going to come up. Why? Because you're guiding your life according to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Okay, let's read.
Follow not thine own mind and thy strength to walk in the ways of thy heart.
To walk in the ways of your own heart. When it speaks about the heart, it's talking about your own mind, your own understanding, the thoughts, your own opinion. Tamshi.
And say not, who shall control me for my works? For the Lord will revenge thy pride.
Pride people say that. People go against God by going against his laws and formulate in their mind that nothing is going to happen to them for doing this. Why? Because they don't believe in God. Nothing is going to happen to me for profaning the Sabbath day. Nothing is going to happen to me if I violate these 10 words. Nothing is going to happen to me by doing this or the other or this. Why? Because their definition of being good is misconstrued. Our definition of a good man or a good woman is misconstrued. It's warped. God gave us the definition of what good is. Okay? God gave us the definition of what good is. And the only thing that is good, it has to be, is dealing with according with what God said is good. That's what good is. Evil is dealing with accordingly to what God said is evil. That's all I know. Tamshi.
Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me. For the Lord is long suffering, he will in no wise let thee go.
He says, say not in your heart, I have sinned. Ain't nothing happened to me.
Don't think like that.
You may not say it outwardly with your mouth, but your actions is saying it. Your actions is speaking louder than the words that come out of your mouth. This is the reason why I sit up. This is the reason why when we do certain things, we don't second guess it. We don't second guess, if I do this, will I be offending God? We don't second guess our actions that is against the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. We don't second guess it, man. And there's a thing called shame. Shame. We don't have shame in us. Because if we had shame in us, believe me, certain things would not be done. And you will refrain and hold yourself back. We'll get into that later. Let's read.
Concerning propitiation.
Concerning propitiation. Okay, now, what is propitiation? Propitiation is what? It means to regain the favor of God. Okay? Why do we have to regain the favor of God? What? Thank you. Why do we have to regain the favor of God? Because we fell out of favor with God. Don't even think in your mind that we are in good graces with God. We are not. Some people, God has left them alone.
That's right.
To their own wanting ways.
That's right.
Until he get ready to call for you.
That's right.
Some people, God has left them alone to their own wanting ways and their own thoughts to make them live their life out according to how they think they're living their life is good.
Yeah.
Until he calls your name.
Yeah.
And you don't want God call your name and you ain't right with God.
That's right. Right.
But he didn't suffer you to do so. I said, God did not suffer you to do so. Because he saw fit out of everybody in your family, he saw fit to reveal the truth to you. And in God revealing the truth for you, to you, we play with it. We play with it. And we play with it. And we play with it. Nobody's perfect. No, I'm not perfect. Yes, I sin. We all sin. But I'm going to strive and break my back, break my bones, and try to get there. And in trying to get there, in trying to be whole and complete with God, you still going to come up short. You still going to sin. You still going to mess up here. You still going to transgress. Who said that and came up with that? That you're not going to sin. You ain't right. You ain't this. Okay, I know I ain't right. I know I'm not right. That's why. And I know that we are not right. That's why we, as a whole, have to use the laws of God for a guideline. Correcting yourself, taking heed to yourself, able to correct yourselves and govern yourself with the wise sayings of God. That's the only way. Now, a propitiation, right, means to regain the favor of God. Again, we are all out of favor. We are out of good graces with God. I am not in good favor with God. You are not in good favor with God. We are not in good favor with God.
God don't love the world.
We not.
I don't.
I know I'm not. Okay? And to get back in favor with God, the nation was given something, right? We were given a way to gain favor and to stay in favor with God. And you know one of the things that we had? Offerings. Offerings was one of the ways to get back in favor with God. When we sin and we transgressed, right? A sin offering goes up. The peace offering cannot go up before the sin offering.
No.
The sin offering is to make atonement for your iniquities, for that violation, for that offensive treatment that I did against God. What was offensive? What did we find offensive? What do God find offensive? Read the book. I said, read the book. Read the book. God shows you what's offensive to him. God shows you what's good to him.
That's right.
God shows you what's evil to him. God shows you what angers him. God shows you what is pleasing to him. It's in the book. But in order to believe that, you got to believe God. And because you don't believe God wholeheartedly, it's so easy for you to turn your back on God, to forsake and abandon God when he never abandoned you. Even though we turned our backs on God so many times, read the history. You see how many times the nation of Israel turned their backs on God and gave his glory to idols and deities and stocks of wood and stone over and over again. What God said. He said, return, O house of Israel, nation of Israel, return and leave your backslidings. Leave those things. Leave those abominations alone and return to God. But the people don't know how to return. You think you know how to return. I said the people don't know how to return. The number one way of how to return is in returning, you will acknowledge your faults. First, you can't do the law if you can't acknowledge your faults. I got to acknowledge what I went wrong at. I got to acknowledge what I did that was wrong according to what God said so that I can correct it. So that I can back off from what I did. Acknowledgement is number one of returning to God. Pride gets in the way of you returning to God. Being vain gets in the way of you returning to God. Okay? Now, after the sin offering, there comes the shalem. Shalem is a peace offering. Shalem means to recompense or retribution, right? There was an order of when they did the peace offering. When we sinned against God first, we confessed. We sent up the offering, we confessed, and what God told Cain, he said, do good, take teeth, improve. So when you sin against God, I got to do something to rectify the fault or to make up for what I did that was against God. That's why when a person sinned, to rectify what he did, he said, I'm going to fast for 3 days. 3 days I'm going to fast. For the rest of my life, I'm going to wear sackcloth to show God that I'm sorry for what you did, for what I did to offend you. Isn't that the same way we supposed to deal with our parents? That is the same way we supposed to deal with our father and our mother. I said the book shows us how to deal with our parents. Okay? How to honor your parents. I have offended my parents. The wrong thing to do is to run out the house. I did that many a times. Ran out the house. But the thing is to remain and get back in favor with your mother and your father. And start doing things to show them, to rectify my wrong. Your pride got to get shut down to do that. Your pride got to get shut down to do things like that. See, my son, children, don't make choices until they're grown. I said, children do not make choices until they are grown.
That's correct.
Then and only then, when the child is grown, you, the parents, will see what the child chooses when he or she gets grown. But for right now, they can't make no choices. Can't make no choices. I ain't putting no pants on my daughter. She's going to wear dresses. And then when she get older, I'll see if she ever desired to wear pants.
Yeah.
Because she's an older woman now. She's grown. And she has the choice to say, well, you know what? I don't feel like putting on these damn dresses. I can go put on some pants now. My father ain't got it. I'm going to look at you and say, hey, I ain't going to get mad at you, daughter. You on your own. But just know the rules here stands.
That's right.
You come here, you got to put on some dress. You got to come out of that.
That's a fact.
It's different here.
You know the rules.
The wise words of Sirach. He said, don't cocker the child. Huh? The book said, don't cocker the child. You know what cocker means? Cocker means to pamper. Okay? And when we pamper the child, when we pamper children, we leave them up to their own decisions.
That's right.
And when you leave the child up to their own decisions, you're creating monsters.
Let him bump his head.
Let him bump his head. Let him do. My son ain't bumping his head if I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to allow my son and my daughter to bump their head. If I could guide them and steer them in the right and correct way.
That's right. You gotta allow them to keep diligent.
God said to teach the children the laws and the commandments and statutes diligently. Which means there's an upbringing that comes when you're raising children. There's an upbringing that comes when you're raising children, man. There's an upbringing that comes with that. Okay? There's an upbringing that comes with that. I'm not going to know what my child chose until my child gets older. Before my pops died, he knew exactly what his children chose when they got older. But as long as they was living under his roof, there was rules and regulations that they had to stand, live by.
No exceptions.
There's no exceptions. Now, there was, yes. When we sin, we had to confess. And in order to confess, you had to make amends for the wrongdoings that you have done. That's called conscientious. Having a conscience. After that, you send up the peace offering. A peace offering to regain favor again in the eyes of God. Because we don't fail, get it? Because we done fell out of grace. We done fell out of favor with God, man. We're not in good favor with God, man. We are not in good favor with God. We not, man. We not. Because we're not living according to the rules and the regulations that God has set.
That's right.
We're not living according. We're not living, man.
That's right.
Okay? Genesis chapter. No. Stay where you at. I ain't finished yet. Verse what? 4?
5.
Time sheet.
Concerning
propitiation, meaning to regain the favor of God. Read.
Be not without fear to add sin unto sin.
He said, don't be afraid. Be not without what?
Without fear to add sin unto sin.
He said, be afraid to do that.
Be afraid to do it. That's what
be afraid to violate a law. And then after that, you violate another law. And then after that, it's like a domino effect. It becomes contagious.
Yeah.
I say it becomes contagious.
won't be a fail.
Huh?
Yeah.
Just like people gotta lie to protect another lie,
Yeah.
to protect another lie.
Yeah.
It's the same thing when you sin against God.
That's right.
It's like a habit.
It's like a habit.
Right.
It becomes habitual. It becomes a
That's
part
right.
of you. You sin here. That's it. It opens up the door for this iniquity.
That's right.
Then that iniquity opens up the door for this iniquity. And it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger because God calls your name.
That's right.
You don't want God call your name. And you don't want God call your name.
You can't sit down for it.
You don't want God call your name and you have not rectified and made improvements with God.
That's right.
You know why?
Major slip up. Major slip up.
You don't believe now? You're gonna believe later. You're gonna believe when it's too late. You don't believe now, you're gonna believe when it's too late.
That's right.
You won't be able to make it right.
He says, say not, Tamshi.
His mercy
is great.
He will be pacified.
He will be pacified for the multitude of my sins.
For mercy and wrath come from him.
Mercy and wrath come from him.
And his indignation rested upon
And
sinners.
his indignation rested upon sinners. You hear that? They're relying on the mercy of God. They're relying on the pity and the mercy of God. Talking about God's mercy is great. He ain't gonna do nothing to me. I could do this. God's gonna have mercy on me. That's the wrong mindset. I said that's the wrong mindset because you're never gonna have the mindset to pull back. You're always gonna do and say, well, God is a merciful God. He gonna have mercy on me. Wrong mindset, Tamshi.
Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord.
Make no tarrying. You know what make no tarrying
Take
is?
your time.
Don't take your time to turn to God.
Yeah.
Don't hesitate to turn to God. Why do we take our time to turn towards God and do the things that is lawful and right by God? There's a lot of things that we go over. There's a lot of things that we skip. There's a lot of things that's thrown under the bus. You know why? A lot of things is thrown under the bus, jumped over and skipped because they violate it. They are violating it. We are violating it. And because we violate it, if you restrain from talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
You restrain from voicing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing my pops trained me to do. Whether you're violating or not, if it's in the law, talk about it. You know how many things I speak about that I'm violating?
And it helps hammer that out.
You know why? Because this also helps you. And it helps me to, and it trains you, and you're training your spirit to do the things that is lawful and right by God by speaking about it.
Yeah.
Just like the AA meeting. When you go to the AA meeting, you got to go to the AA meeting and confess. I'm an alcoholic. If you can't stop being an alcoholic if you don't confess that you are an alcoholic. You can't stop being a liar if you don't confess and say, I'm a liar. You can't stop being, listen, man, a decrepit if you don't confess and say, I am a decrepit soul and I lived a decrepit life, but I'm used but I want to change. I want to change for the better of myself. to better myself with God. You gotta admit, admittance is the way of cleaning yourself before God, getting right with God. Don't get angry. I can't get angry when someone called me a liar.
That's right.
Well, you know what, brother? I am a liar. Yeah, I'm a liar. Because all men are liars by nature. But guess what? I'm not going to remain a liar. I'm not going to remain a liar. You don't have to remain nothing you don't want to be.
That's right.
Huh? Those are strengthful words. Those are words of strength.
Yeah.
You can't change. You always going to be a liar. Okay. You always going to be wicked. You always going to be this. You always going to be that. You always going to be this. Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Not over here, Johnny.
Not
You
me.
just won't come.
You know why? Because I do the things that God said to do to correct yourself.
That's right.
Even though I'm in the way, or we are in the way of correcting ourselves, God revealed to us the beginning of how to correct ourselves. The number one thing is to read.
Yeah.
Gotta read, man.
Accept what you read.
And you gotta accept what you read. Why I say read?
Lay it to heart. Lay it to heart.
Because anything you read, it's like you're talking to God. It has an effect on your spirit.
Yeah.
That's why God told the king to read the Lord every day in his life. Because it has an effect on your spirit.
Will it have an effect on me if I question it?
But it ain't going to have no effect on you if you question it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't question the book. Can't question the book, man. Let's read.
Make no
Oh, no.
tarrying.
You read what?
Yes.
Go ahead. Make no tarrying to turn to God.
And put not off from day to day.
Don't put it off. I'll get to it tomorrow. I'll get to it 2 weeks later. You can't put the things that is acceptable by God on hold. Can't put those things on hold. Tamshi.
For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perish in the day of vengeance. Set not thy heart upon goods unjustly gotten.
Set not your heart upon things that is unjustly gotten. What is unjustly gotten? Things that are gotten unfair. Things that are gotten by stealing and deceiving. You got all this wrongfully.
Right.
Tamshi.
That's correct. For they shall not profit thee in the day of calamity.
Tamshi.
Winnow not with every wind.
Winnow not with every wind. You know what that means? I can't go in every direction. The wind blow that way, you blow that way. The wind blow north, you blow north. The wind blow west and then jump back east, you blow whichever the wind takes you. Which means you are in every situation that comes up.
That's what the people do.
And it's not even about you, and you have no business to be in that because it doesn't pertain to you or concern to you, but every situation you want to be into it. The book said, don't go in every wind. Winnow not with every wind.
Go not into every way. For so doth the sinner that hath a double tongue.
It described the characteristics of a sinner. So when you find yourself going and winnowing in every way, every which way, every direction, those are the characteristics of a sinner. Those are the characteristics of a sinner that have two sides. A double tongue is a person that have two sides about them. Speak one way, but then say something different. Speak one way, then say something different. Tamshi.
Be steadfast in thy understanding.
What is being steadfast in thy understanding? What is steadfast in your understanding? You know what steadfast is? Not subject to change. Firm in your belief. Firm in your belief, and you don't change. You don't waver. You don't flip and flop. Today I'm Israel, tomorrow I'm a Christian. No, I'm a Hebrew today, tomorrow, next week, next month, 6 months later, a year later, 10 years later. I'm always going to be a Hebrew.
Mindset things.
And my mindset will begin to elevate. You hear me? Our mindset has to elevate according to the standards of God. My mind frame cannot remain the same 10 years before. My mind frame, our mind frame cannot remain 15 years before. 20 years later, I still have the same mind frame as 15 years before. No good.
Yeah.
This is called for improvement. This means advancing. Advancing and improving with God, not with you. Not with you, son. Not with man. I got to improve with God.
Yeah.
And in improving with God, guess what? Everything else will fall in the line.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else falls into line. Time sheet.
Be steadfast in thy understanding and let thy word be the same.
Uh-huh.
Be swift
Be
to hear.
steadfast in thy understanding and
let
let
thy
your
word
words match. Let your words match. Match that understanding that you have in God. Let it match that mind frame. That holy and righteous and set apart mind frame. Got to match. I can't think one way, but walk different. Say something different than how you're thinking.
Nope.
Time sheet.
Be swift to hear and let thy life be sincere.
Be swift to hear.
Be quiet.
Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and listen. Because if you don't be quiet and listen, then you're not gonna get the whole meaning, the whole understanding. And this is what caused people to say certain things or to voice certain things that it wasn't said about what the person said, because you was not swift to hear. You didn't listen to the whole thing. You took one thing and ran with it instead of rewinding, like the teacher last night we were listening to. In order to get what the teacher was saying, I had to rewind it and listen to the whole thing so that I or you or us don't jump to conclusions. That's why the book said, be swift to hear.
Full understanding.
Huh? And let what?
And let thy life be sincere.
Let your life be sincere. You know what sincere means? Truthful. Whatever or however you chose to live your life, be sincere in whatever, however you chose to live. Not saying it's truth. It could be wrong. You could be wrong. But be truthful in whatever you chose to do. All right? Don't flip and flop. Don't flip and flop.
And with patience give answer.
With patience, give answer. With patience, give answer. Don't be so quick to just voice out and blurt out because you don't want it to come out in a way that is offensive. You can't take those words back. And those words are scarring. It scars the mind. It's better for me to slap you than to say certain things, hateful words, because it scars your mind. It scars you, man. It's a permanent scar that sometimes it can't be removed. Those words. That's what King David said. Tomshi.
If thou hast understanding, answer thy neighbor. If not, lay thy hand upon thy mouth. Honor and shame is in talk, and the tongue of man is his fall.
Oh, man. Hold up. Honor and shame is in your talk. It's in your speech. You will know how honorable a person is by the way they talk.
That's right.
You will know if the guy or this person has any type of shame in him by the words that he say out of his mouth.
That's right.
That's why it's good to step back
And you let a person run their mouth and talk and talk and talk and talk. I'm quiet. I ain't saying nothing. I'm listening to you. Wow. This is what anger does to a person. This is what emotions does to a person. You really hear how a person thinks and how they feel just by letting them talk.
Yeah, that's right.
They let their emotions get the best of them.
That's right.
And they say certain things, and they do certain things, and they reveal certain things. But that don't happen to everybody.
True.
That's not with everybody.
True.
That's not with everybody. That's only with certain people.
Teach.
Because I have realized that with certain people that they get angry and they still watch what they say.
That's right.
They still watch what they say.
That's right.
I get angry at you, but I don't jump down on your wife and your children. I still watch what I say, even though I'm angry with you.
That's right.
I'm not going to talk about your family and your wife and your kids. I'm angry with you. What did your wife and your kids do to me? I'm angry with you. That's why I say you got to watch your words. I said honor and shame is in talk. That's truthful words right there, man. Let's read.
And the tongue of man is his fall.
The tongue of man is his fall. That's your downfall. Because you keep running your mouth, saying things. Now you got to back up what you're saying. Now you got to back up what you say. Now, because of what you said, you done made this person push you away and deal with you in arm's reach. Because we get angry and then we say things that we don't have no business voicing or saying. Let's read.
Be not called the whisperer, and lie not in wait with thy tongue. For a loud shame is upon the thief, and an evil condemnation upon the double tongue. Be not ignorant of anything in a great matter or small.
Let's go to Genesis 11. Genesis chapter 11. That was the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 5.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
Genesis chapter 11.
Time sheet.
And the whole earth was of one language.
The whole earth was one language. One language. This is the time when God confused the language. And everybody that was there at the Tower of Babel had different languages, which caused them to scatter. This is what caused them to disperse and spread, because the person that was the head of this expedition of this Tower of Babel was Nimrod. Nimrod means to rebel. Nimrod means to rebel. Rebellion against God. Now, the significance of the Tower of Babel, we're going to get into that. There was a reason why he built that Tower of Babel. Okay, let's read.
And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there.
Shinar is a city in Babylon. Go ahead.
And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone and slime had they for mortar. And they said, go to.
You think this came from cave people?
No.
We ain't no damn cave people. We had the knowledge to build brick and make our own bricks. And according to studies, the way they built these bricks, slime mortar, and burnt them with fire, those bricks was the strongest bricks ever. They last longer. There's no brick that lasts longer and was stronger than those bricks. Tom sheet.
Let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven.
Now, why was the Tower of Babel built? Nimrod was offensive to God, was against God, and he rebelled against God. He was angry with God. He wanted to challenge God. And the reason for building the Tower of Babel was the escape, the wrath of God, just in case if God destroyed the earth again through a flood. So he wanted to build that Tower of Babel as high and high and high to escape the flood. Go ahead.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the
God came down. God looked down. He seen the city. He seen the tower, right?
Which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language.
Okay.
And this they begin to do.
What verse you at? 4?
6.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta go back to 4. Let's read that 4.
And they said, go to.
And they said, go to. Let us build a city.
And a tower.
And a tower.
Whose top may reach up to heaven.
Whose top may reach up to heaven.
Let us make a name.
Let us make a name.
Lest we be scattered abroad the face of the whole earth.
Now, let me show you how you try to offend God. I'm gonna show you right now. You gotta use the book to connect. You gotta use the book to connect the dots.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Y'all stay where you at. Now I'm gonna go to Genesis 1. Genesis 1 verse 28. We're gonna make the comparisons and we're gonna connect the dots. Genesis 1 verse 28. Right? And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowls of the air, and over every living thing. You see what's the key here? Replenish the earth. That was the command of God, meaning you cannot replenish the earth being stagnated in one, secluded in one spot. So Nimrod turned against God, built a whole tower city to reach to heaven, and brought all the people together in that one secluded area to be one, and had everybody going against God. That's why God came down. He said, man, these guys got one language, and this is what they decide to do.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read. Verse 4, continue reading.
Let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the whole face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech.
Confounded their language. God confused their language. Where no one can understand this one. This one can't understand this one. That one can't understand this one. Right? So now what happened now? We can't build this tower. The tower cannot be built. This Tower of Babel cannot be built. They had to leave off.
You gotta scatter there.
God, now you gotta scatter. Now you gotta spread.
You gotta discourage.
Okay? Tom Shee.
So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel. Babel. Because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begot Arpachshad.
Now, the line of Cain got cut off. The whole line of Cain got cut off. All because of what one person did. And this is how God deals. The book shows us the mindset and how God deals with certain situations. You, being a father, can do something to condemn your seed, your generation, your grandchildren, your great-grands, your whole line can be cut off and despised and cursed just by what this one person did. Why? Because there was no repairers of the breach. Gotta make a repairman. Gotta repair it. Tom Shee.
These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old. And he begot Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. Shem lived after he begot Arpachshad 500 years and begot sons and daughters. Arpachshad lived 5 and 30 years and begot Salah. And Arpachshad lived after he begot Salah 403 years
Uh-huh.
and begot sons and daughters.
Uh-huh.
Salah
Keep going.
lived 30 years and begot Eber.
Uh-huh.
Salah lived after he begot Eber 403 years and begot sons and daughters.
Uh-huh.
And Eber lived 430 years and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years and begot sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begot Reu. And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 230 years and begot Serug. And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 920 years and begot Terah.
Now, hold up. You see all that, what I just made him read?
Yeah.
You see how long these people used to live?
He's going to have kids 100, 200 years.
Some of them didn't even start having children until 100.
Yeah.
But you know what happened? And while we don't live this long, you may reach 100.
Mm-hmm.
You may reach 100. Archaeologists and scientists came over to the Discovery Channel. He said, yes, there were people that lived this long in the early ages.
Yeah. Yeah.
There were people that lived 200, 300, 900 years on the norm. That's why you could wait and have children at 100. You see how everything is speeded up? Naturally, children, they don't know why or what pushed them to go have children at such an early age, but we're going to die early. We're going to die early. So everything is speeded up. Scientists and archaeologists said somehow there was a switch inside of man that God turned off. It was a life expectancy switch. God turned it off, which does cut it down. And our lifespan been cut down. Since then, it's dropped. That's why people die 20, 30. Oh, he got shot. Yeah, it's time for him to go. 15, 10, babies. At any age, you can go. So we don't have time to play around with God's law. You really don't have time to play, man. We really don't. We really don't.
I'm about to say, we need to
We
be on
really
it from
don't,
yesterday.
man. But in order to have this mind frame,
That's right.
in order to acquire this mind frame, you gotta believe God.
That's right. From yesterday.
You gotta believe God. You gotta believe what you read, because if you don't believe God and you don't believe what you read, then it's not gonna trigger no actions.
That's right. That's right.
You're not gonna feel the need to accomplish these laws, commandments, and statutes.
Serious action.
You feel it was just a phase. That's what people think. Oh, this was just a phase that I was going through. A phase in life that I had to learn from. This ain't no phase. Believe me. Please believe me. There's only one God.
That's right.
And he's not a man.
And his words
He
answer
said
others.
God is not a man that he should lie or repent. He said, I am the God of the spirit of all flesh.
Words stand
That's
up.
what God is. He said, I am that I am. I know key. I know key. And when God said, I am that I am, he said, I'm the God of the spirits of all flesh.
He does as he pleases.
Then he could take Moses and put him in the cleft of the rock and reveal himself to him.
He only want to do what he
And
wants.
he'll show you his back parts.
And he's all right.
Then he can come down and his glory can come down in the cloud in front of the tabernacle and cover the tabernacle.
All righteous.
Then his presence could come down and incinerate a whole mountain range,
And it's all
because
just.
that's what a God does.
It's all holy.
He can make himself appear.
Oh yeah.
He can jump into a spirit,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
sit between the chariots, right on the ark and that mercy seat.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
yeah.
God that we
Oh, yeah.
serve.
He was a Gilgal.
Sure.
That's right.
The Lord was in Gilgal.
That's right. Humble thyself.
Let's read.
And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters.
Uh-huh.
And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now
Terah begot 3 sons. Nahor, Haran, and Abram. Out of all those 3 men, God saw fit to reveal himself to one. It's not a coincidence why God saw fit to reveal himself to only you. Only you. You don't see that you was privileged to learn and to learn about who the true and living God is? And everybody in your family rejects this. I said, everybody in your family rejects this. The same thing. Look, my pop said that. He said, man, everybody in my family rejected it. He said, I was the first one to come here. He said, after that, I went and snatched my brother up. Used me to snatch from him. Let's read.
Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees.
Let's cut that. Let's go to Genesis 2.
Genesis chapter 2.
Yes.
You got 2 scribes, brother. When you want to dance around and you hold a spot, I'll go to the next one.
Genesis chapter 2. No, we not finished. We don't need Genesis 11. Genesis 2.
Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of
This
them.
is not a second creation.
No.
People read the
What?
book, the Genesis. They said Genesis 2 is a second creation. No, it's not. There is no second creation. Genesis 2 is just reiterating and going over what happened in Genesis 1. That's it. Okay? We have no comprehension skills at all. Go ahead, read.
And all the host of them, and on the 7th day God ended his work.
God ended his work.
Which he
Read.
had made.
Which he had made.
And he rested on the 7th day.
And he rested on the 7th day. God don't rest. This is why you need the Hebrew when you read the book. The word for rest is yishbot. Yishbot means to desist. Yishbot means to stop, to cease from creating. God did not continue to create nothing else on the 7th day. He stopped, he restrained, he ceased, he desists. And because God ceased from creating, he gave us laws, commandments, and statutes and ways and showed us how to not profane the day. To do the same thing on the 7th day. But people rather go to church on Sunday, which is the first day of the week. Emperor Roman Constantine. Look it up and Google it. If you don't believe what I'm saying to you, read it for yourself. And you know, that's what my teacher always told me. Do not take my word for it. Whatever I tell you, Google it, and it's going to pop up. He changed, Emperor Constantine changed the original day of worship, which is the 7th day, to the 1st day in honor of the sun god. All religions stem from sun worship. All religions. Every religion besides the ways of Israel derives from sun worship.
This ain't no religion.
This is not a religion. This is a way of life that God has prescribed for man to live. But the reason why people find it so hard and difficult to follow these laws, commandments, and statutes, because it's too many restrictions. It's too many restrictions. Okay? And we allow our emotions to get the best of us. We allow our emotions to get the best of us, and we do according to what comes to our head, not realizing that I'm offending God.
But I delight in the customs of the heathen.
Tamshi.
And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day.
God blessed the seventh day.
And sanctified
And he
it.
sanctified it. He set it apart.
Because that in it he had rested from all his work, which God created and made.
Which God created and made. The word for created is bara. Bara means to bring into existence. You know what bring into existence means? It wasn't there. It never existed. And by the power of the spoken word of God, it appeared. It came into existence. Time sheet.
These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field.
Hold up. There was nothing planted because we didn't have a person or no man to till the ground. God did not till no ground.
No.
That's why when you read certain things, you got to look up that word plant now. Okay? Because God ain't plant nothing. The word for plant is yita. Yod, tet, ayin. It means to establish. It means to bring into existence. So when it says God planted of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb in the field before it grew, he spoke it into existence. He said, let the herb and every green tree grow out. Boom, boom, boom. It started to grow.
That's right.
He didn't have to till and work the ground. Whatever God spoke, it came into existence. Tamshi.
And every herb of the field before it grew. The Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth.
God did not cause it to rain upon the earth. The first recorded time that it ever rained on earth was when God flooded the earth. And then he opened up the depths, the springs that was below sea level. God opened them up, and then the sea level started to rise. Water dropping down. Heavens is open.
Windows of heaven.
He's flooding the earth. Before it rained, God watered the earth by a vapor, by a mist. When you get up in the morning and you go to your grass and you run your hands across the grass, it hasn't rained, but it's wet. God waters the ground, through mist. That's the dew. That's right. Tamshi.
There was not a man to till the ground.
There was no man to till the ground. Tamshi.
Verse 6. There went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground.
And
the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground.
God formed man of the dust of the ground. The dust of the ground is not white. There is no white dust. There's no such thing as white dust or white dirt. All the dirt that you see here is black, brown, reddish brown, different colors of dirt, but never white. So this here, what people are formulating in their mind that all these people was white, no. The color change didn't begin after a certain century. Centuries down the line. But Adam, Eve, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, all these righteous men that we read about in the book were black people. Different shades of black, but they were a black people, man. And this is why I mention all the time that all black people is not Israel. Even the foreign nations was black. The Canaanites was black. The Hittites, the Perizzites, the Moabites. So not because you're black means you're Israel. This is a black nation. No, it ain't. Now, because we are mingled, anybody can be Israel. We're well mingled now. I go and cohabitate with a white woman. Some of those kids will come out her complexion.
That's correct.
Some kids will come out my complexion. The ones that's her complexion, let them go marry another white woman.
What happens? Dilute.
What happened? The pigmentation starts to dilute now. So you can have a white man or a person with a lighter shade of color. That's Israel.
It's still your seed. That's right.
Okay?
Still your seed.
That's why the Most High said in the book, he said, I am the God of the spirits of all flesh. We have to stop looking at people's complexion and shunning them.
God said he's the God of
I said
all
we gotta
comfort.
stop looking at people's complexion and shunning them. If the person come to serve God, that's what counts. Leave the person alone, man. And don't show the person no type of
no bad treatment.
no treatment because of their complexion.
That's right. Racist.
You don't move like that, man.
Facts.
Say Israel's a speckled bird, man.
This ain't no black
A teasing tan. Light but not quite right, but I forgot how they go forward. But teasing tan, mellow yellow, a bright that's so light but not quite light. It's a speckled bird, different shades, man. Tom sheep.
And the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life.
The Lord God formed Adam. Because man in Hebrew is Adam. Of what?
Of the dust
Of the
ground.
dust of the ground. Tom sheep.
And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life.
Breath, breathe, blew. What verse you in?
Verse 7.
Yeah, blew into his nostrils the breath of life. You know what the breath, it said nishmat. Nishma, the breath of life, the spirit of life. Huh? Go ahead.
And man became a living soul.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord God planted a garden.
And man became a living soul.
Amen.
He activated that body with the spirit, with that life that he done blew into him. Okay?
That's right.
Now, it's called spirit. Huh? It's called spirit. So now, before Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, everything in him was godly, was of God. He was what's the word? He was not an object, but a person from God. Like God conformed him and created him himself.
Personally.
And he had all the characteristics of God. Didn't know no evil. No evil.
No birth involved.
Until he ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now we got both sides in us. Whether you know about God or not, we have good and evil in us. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden.
What verse you at?
Verse 8.
Go ahead.
And there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and it became into 4 heads. All
4 of those rivers was connected to that garden. So the rivers, those Pison, Gihon, Hiddkel, Euphrates, was all connected to the garden, which those rivers and the water streams flow into the garden to water the garden. Go ahead.
The name of the first is Pison. That is which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, and there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddkel. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord
now, all 4 of those rivers, you had people try to find and track those 4 rivers.
It's not like that.
You know why they try to track those 4 rivers? So they can locate the Garden of Eden.
Which is hidden in plain
The
sight.
definition of Eden is what? Paradise. Eden means paradise. Huh? Paradise. If they located those 4 rivers, they would have located the Garden of Eden. But because of the iniquities, because of the sin of man, of Adam, God shift those rivers. There will never will there ever be a person to find that garden. You're not going in that garden because they can't eat from it because God already have a cherubim that's guarding that life, guarding the tree of life. He has a cherubim, and those are live and direct angels of God.
Right
Cherubs. You had cherubs with 4 faces, and you had cherubs with 2 faces. 2 wings to cover their body. You can't penetrate it. 2 wings on the out. 4 wings. Eyes all over. Seraphims. Cherubims.
Different orders of angels.
People think it's... Go ahead, read.
They there right now.
Right now.
Read.
And the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it.
That's right.
And the Lord commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die.
And the day you eat from this, he said, I'm going to kill you. He said, I'm going to die. He said, you're going to die. Go ahead.
And the Lord God said,
What verse you at?
Verse 18.
Okay.
And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone.
Adam never told God he's lonely.
No. Never was.
I said, Adam never told God he was lonely. But because of the righteousness of God, he was able to perceive that everything that God created had its like. Had a male and a female. Had their own like except for Adam. And the righteousness of God is what allowed him to consider him. To consider him. Which, all right, he was able to determine and see that, listen, he's going to be lonely. Because a wife, go ahead, read. We're going to get into that. Read.
It is not good that man should be alone.
Should be alone.
I will make a helpmeet.
I will make a helpmeet. What is a helpmeet? A helpmeet is a exed kinegdo. Exed is a help or a succor, right? A succor gives assistance, aid, and support.
That's right.
Okay?
Back him up.
Okay? Right. Kinegdo means his counterpart, his opposite. Counterpart means what? Something that completes.
Another half.
That's why you hear people say, my other half. Huh? One remarkably similar to another. One that complements.
She compliments her husband.
Huh?
By doing these things. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
She compliments her husband by doing this here. It's already done and taken care of. At Zed Kinegdo, right? It's also okay. Kinegdo, his opposite, right? Which means what? Opposite meaning what? Contrary to one another. It wasn't the same. God didn't create 2 male.
No, 2 different genders.
He created 2 different genders.
Yeah. 2.
Male and female.
That's it.
Those are the only things, those are the only genders that is recognized by God.
That's correct. Make it clear.
You cannot force the children to recognize other genders that God don't recognize. Okay? You cannot allow your children to be recognizing other genders that God don't recognize. God only created 2 genders.
That's correct.
Which is male and female.
A man or a woman.
Okay? Okay? So, counterbalance, a force or influence that offset or check an opposing force.
Right.
An opposing force. You know what that means? You know what? Huh?
You sure about that?
Try to stop
You sure? 100%?
Okay?
Opposing force.
Now,
Okay.
and it also means to compensate.
All right.
Means to make up for what is excessive or what you are lacking in.
Right.
I'm lacking in this, my wife pick up in that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm lacking in this over there, my wife pick up in that over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm lacking it over here, she picks up over there.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? Whatever my wife liking it, I pick up on it. Hey, wife, oh, you lacking over here. Don't do this. Blah, 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 blah. Let's push. Come on, let's go. That's what we do to each other. We compensate each other. Okay? We help each other. Right? Now, he said, in the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. Know what that means? To die prematurely by neglecting wise moral conduct. That's what took place. And this is why we die. Because we neglect the wise moral conducts of God. We would neglect those things. Huh? We would neglect that. And then we say, oh no, this happened because of this. That happened to this. But we are saying the real reason why it happened. Because there is something that's being done that is contrary to what God said. So God stirs certain things up. God started this over here. Nothing happened for nothing. That's the number one thing we got to realize. There is nothing that happened just because. Everything that happened is because of the violation of the commandments of God.
Every action is the opposite of equal reaction.
Okay? Tom Sheik, where you at?
Verse 19.
Uh-huh.
And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air.
Every beast of the field
and every
fowl of the air.
And brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field.
Adam named every bird, every cattle, every creeping thing. He named everything. Tom Sheik.
And to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam.
And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam. What is the word for deep sleep? Tardema. It means deep sleep, and it also means a trance. Okay? Deep sleep. Now, when you are in a deep sleep, your breathing, your heartbeat, your body temperature, your brain waves reach their lowest point, their lowest level. Everything drops.
Slow down.
You don't remember the beginning? Close to death. That's why you see people, once you see the doctors rushing, he said, sir, you got to get out the doctor. You got to get out the room, sir. His vital signs is dropping. His signs is dropping. Everything is dropping. They got to get to him quick before it drop, and then he's dead. It's too low. Next thing you got to get to revive him and bring his vital signs back. Because his life is leaving. But God did that to Adam and dropped his levels all the way down so that when he do that first surgery, the first incision to remove his rib to create a woman. Now the rib contains every DNA. Everything is in that DNA that needs to be created and make a person. To make a woman, So, and scientists, and you can Google it. When the rib was taken out, once the rib is taken out scientifically, correctly, it can regenerate and grow back. It grows back. It repairs itself. It repairs itself.
Teach.
Tom Sheik.
The Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he
Wait, hold on, my bad. He said the brain waves reach their lowest level. Your muscles are extremely, everything is relaxed, and you are most difficult to rouse or stir up. Can't wake the person up. Okay? You're in a half-conscious state, characterized by an absence of response to external stimuli. What is external stimuli? External stimuli is your body responding to medicine. Your vital signs begin to change. The example of stimuli is when you are hungry and you go eat. It's the reaction of the body. You hungry, you go eat. My back is scratching, I scratch it. Oh, this hurting in here, I feel it. He didn't have that. He didn't have no feeling of nothing because he dropped all his levels and signs in the body was dropped. So I could pinch him, I could burn him, and he ain't gonna feel nothing. He's not gonna feel it, right? One of the examples of that was Moses in the mountain. Ezra not eating for 21 days. They didn't feel the hunger. He didn't have the feeling to use the bathroom. God maintained him and prepared him for that. Tamsi.
And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman. And brought her unto the man.
Brought her unto the man.
And
What
Adam,
verse you at?
Verse 23.
Go ahead.
And Adam said, this is now bone of my bone.
Bone of my bone.
And flesh of my flesh.
Flesh of my flesh.
She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man.
Because she was taken out of man. He said that's the what? The first poem? First poem.
It was the first poem.
First poem. Bones of my bones. Flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Do we really understand that? Huh?
He named the woman.
That's right. The first woman named her. Tamshi.
Therefore shall a man leave his father.
Therefore shall a man leave his father
and his mother.
And
shall cleave unto
and
his
shall
wife.
cleave unto his wife. And they shall be one flesh. What is the definition of cleave? The word for cleave is dabak. Dalet beit kuf. Dabak means to cleave. It means to adhere to. To adhere to means to give support or maintain loyalty. Okay? Loyalty meaning what? Strong feelings of support or allegiance. That's one of the ways of being loyal. I'll never stop supporting you. I will always support you. I will always maintain you. I will always, you know what I'm saying? You don't, not because of what we went through, I'm not going to stop supporting you. That's loyalty. Right? Staying by their side regardless of circumstances. Let's go to Genesis 22.
Genesis chapter 20.
Right.
Genesis chapter 22.
Yes, sir.
And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham.
God did tempt Abraham. The word for tempt is nasa. Right? Now, when God tests your strength, God tests your strength against opposition. Right? The opposition can be spiritual. The opposition can be physical. It could be either or. Physical or spiritual.
It comes different ways.
It can even come with your children.
It comes in 80 by 80.
It can come with,
right.
But you got to be able to detect when
you're
being opposed by the opposite. All right? He said, now the opposition are things that you have to resist. What are the oppositions? Whatever gets in your way of serving God, that's the ops. That's the opposition. Right? Right? You have to resist or counterbalance, which means you have to counter the evil. Counterbalance, which means you got to counter the evil with doing God's law.
All of it.
So you counter the evil by living righteousness. That's the counter.
That's right.
The counter is to adhere and take heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes so that you will be able to counter the evil that comes in that physical or spiritual form. Whether you can see it or you can't see it. You know what's physical? I'm the physical. You know what's spiritual? You can't see it. Which means these are thoughts and opinions and ideas that comes in your mind and you follow it. But you're not going to be able to counter it because you're not adhering to the laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay? Let's read.
And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here am I. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah.
You see what God said? And God knew what he was doing. God knew what he was doing. It was a test. And he emphasized on it. He said, hey, Abraham. See, God, in one point of time or another, he's going to prove every last one of you. There's a test and a trial and a proving that's going to happen to see if you're really down to serve God. Do you really have that willing heart to serve God? Do you really have the will to serve God? So he put certain situations before you. The most important situation that he knows will cause you to bend. That happens today all the time.
That's how people get caught up.
And that's how people get caught up.
Condemn the challenge.
Put certain situation ideas in your mind and you follow suit with it. And then make you believe it.
Yeah.
But it was all a test.
Yeah.
It was all a trial. To show your ferventness and your determination to see if you have the will and the stamina to serve the God of Israel. So you stir up certain things, which is spiritual. Or maybe he may use something physical. Sometimes he used both. And then you start formulating ideas in your brains. And then you follow through with it. You failed the test. God tries everybody.
That's right.
Nobody is going to go untried. He's going to try you, man. He's going to try you. God is going to try you.
It's all right.
Tom Shee.
And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son,
Verse
Isaac. Verse 2.
Go ahead.
Whom thou lovest.
He said, whom thou lovest. Wait a minute. Oh, Abraham never said he loved him, but God knew he loved his son. Come on, man. God knows you love your son. God knows you're going to love your daughter. God knows you're going to love your wife. They just wasn't the people to say it, but God knew that. That's a natural emotion. I've been living with this woman for 20 years. You think I'm not going to gain no favor, gain no likings and love for the woman? You think I'm not going to love my own children? God knew that. So that's why he used his own son and said, listen, I need you. I'm going to test him. But Abraham didn't know he was being tested. Abraham ain't know he was being tested. Remember, these words is being recollected and reframed and said over to Moses. God is reiterating this whole thing to Moses. So we got to be careful what we speak against. We cannot speak against these words because these words came directly out the mouth of God. I said these words came directly out of the mouth of God, man. Go ahead, read.
And get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him therefore a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. God
don't allow human sacrifices. But this was a test to see if Abraham was going to choose his son over God. Right. And that is the norm of the people today. The norm of man and woman today, they will choose their children and elevate their children over the word of God, over God's word. You honor your child over God. That's not good. So now you done made your child a God. Now you done made your child a God. So don't put nothing before me. Don't put nothing before my face. My laws, my commandments, my statutes come first. It comes before you, comes before your children, comes before my own life. I will choose to die before I eat swine flesh. Oh, people say, oh, not me. What? If they have a choice to live and eat pork, most people are going to eat the pork. I said, most people will eat the swine
Talk about it.
so that they can live.
Not me.
But I'm the opposite. I will die before I eat that swine. As a matter of fact, we're going to fight. I'm not going to sit there and let you dismember me. Cut off my ears. Next thing to do, take the knife, cut my nose off. Next thing, grab my lip. You ain't doing that to me. And you're not going to be able to chain me up.
Help me, Most High.
When I see there's no roof, I'm jumping off the roof.
That's right. Help me, Most High. Like Roz.
Leaping off the roof and kill
I'll
myself.
grab one of them.
One of them.
One of them going with me.
That's what Rozzy said.
Just grab everybody in the
Shoot.
Read the powerful. Read about Rozzy. That's what Rozzy did. Jumped out the window.
Some shit.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning.
Early in the morning.
And saddled his ass.
And
took two of his young
men with him.
And Isaac his son.
Isaac his son.
Clave the wood.
Took the wood for the burnt offering.
And rose up and went unto the place of which God had told him. Then on the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, abide ye here with the ass.
Told the young men, so listen, y'all stay here.
Yeah.
Y'all stay here. This does not concern you guys. You guys don't know what's going on. Stay here.
And I and the lad will go yonder and worship and come again to you. Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father and said, my father.
My father.
And he said, here am I, my son.
Here am I, my son.
He said, behold, the fire and the wood.
The fire and the wood.
But where is the lamb for burnt offering?
Isaac ain't no dummy. He said, man, I know the order of the sacrifice now. Now, you done told these two guys to sit here. And now me and you is going to sacrifice and worship God. I see the fire. I see the wood. But I don't see no lamb for a burnt offering. He said, where's the lamb, Abba? What you doing here? What's going on? Go ahead, read.
And Abraham said, my son.
He said, my son.
God will provide himself
God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering.
So they went both of them together.
But he didn't tell them the real deal. He didn't say, well, son, I got to tell you, son.
He tested him too.
I got to tell you, son. I don't got no lamb for burnt offering because you're the burnt offering, son. He didn't lie. He said God will provide one.
That's right.
All right, go ahead, read.
And they came to the place which God had told them of. And Abraham built an altar there.
He built the altar.
And laid the wood in order.
Bound
Isaac his
then
son.
Then he tied Isaac towards the altar that he built. At that point in time, Isaac knew he was the burnt offering. He's the one that's going. Look at the honor. Look at the honor and the respect that the children had for their parents back then. At that point in time, when he's tying his son down on the altar, he didn't fight him. He didn't resist. He knew that he was the burnt offering.
He ends up crying.
When he went there willingly and said, all right, I guess I am. Ain't said nothing. Standing out there. Didn't say a word. Go ahead, read.
And laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand.
And
took the knife
to slay his son.
The angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. As he said, here am I.
God stopped him. God sent the angel. He said, man, hurry up and call him because he's about to take his son out.
He's going to do it.
He's about to take him out for the sake of God. He said, all right, you think I'm playing? Oh, you really think I'm joking? You think I ain't going to kill my son for you? He said, all right, let's go. He said, that's nothing. He said, call him, lay here. I'm tying you up.
No second guess.
Went, grabbed the knife, and he stretched forth his hand to kill his own son. But the angel of God called his name from heaven. Abraham, Abraham. Go ahead.
And he said, lay not thine hand upon the lad.
He said, don't lay your hand upon the lad.
Neither do thou anything unto him.
Don't do nothing to him.
For now I know that thou fearest God.
Now I know that you fear God. That was proof right there. He said, now I know that you fear God because you didn't put your own son before God.
Right.
And that's the mind frame of the people today. We elevate our children over God.
You gonna stop? Hey.
I said we elevate our children over God. We elevate not only our children, we elevate everything else above God. Do this have any meaning to you?
Yeah.
Is there any meaning to this anymore? Do people have no? Do you even care about? They don't care. We don't care. We're only focused on our lifestyle.
That's right.
What's going on now? My life this, my life that. Man, forget your life. I wouldn't have life if God didn't give it to me.
That's right.
Because it's borrowed. This is borrowed life. Because soon you got to give it back. Soon you're going to lose it.
Yo, man. Go somewhere, man.
Tom Sheep.
For I know now that thou fearest God.
I know now that you fear God.
Seeing thou hast not withheld thy
Seeing that
son,
you did not withhold your son,
thine only
your
son,
only son,
from me.
Uh-huh.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns.
Tom Sheep.
And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place El Shaddai Yireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen.
Tom Sheep.
And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord.
He said, by myself I sworn. God don't swear on nothing else. Who else is God going to swear on?
That's right.
So,
I can't swear on nothing else.
Nobody can do that.
I can't swear on myself.
No.
We don't swear on our grandmother.
No.
We don't swear on our mothers.
No.
We don't
Praise.
swear on our fathers. We don't swear on our children. The only one they can swear on is God. And you got to be careful with that. And you got to be careful with that. Tom Sheep.
Say that about me.
That's
I'm
right.
punching your chest.
Uh-huh.
And said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice.
Mm-hmm.
So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she had also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Hus, his firstborn, and Bus, his brother, and Kemuel, the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms 25. You got it?
Psalms 25.
Psalms chapter 25.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul.
Unto thee, O Lord, huh? Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. Tom Sheep.
Oh my God, I trust in thee.
Oh my God, I trust in thee.
Let me not be ashamed.
Let me not be ashamed. Ashamed, what? Feeling of shame. And when you feel shame, those are when you have strong regrets of the wrong that you did to God and man. You got to be shameful or have some type of shame when you're wrong or when you've done something wrong. Because you're going to repeat it again. If you don't feel that shame and develop that shame when you're in that wrongful state, then you're going to repeat the same thing over and over again. So if you don't have shame, you're not going to make corrections in one's life. You're not going to make no amends in your life. Tom Sheep.
Let not mine enemies triumph over
Let
me.
not my enemies rejoice over me. Tamshi.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause.
Let them be ashamed that transgress without cause. In the Hebrew, the word for cause is what? Bogdim, in vain. Let them be ashamed that transgress in vain, for nothing. Emptiness. Yeah. There was no word for no reason for this to happen. Yeah. And you still just went forward with it. Yeah. Tamshi.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Teach me.
Because if God don't show you his ways, you're not going to learn the ways of God. Right. In order to learn the ways of God, God has to show you his ways. You cannot automatically think that you know the ways of God. Okay? When God shows you his ways, he directs and guides you towards the right and the correct way. That's what happened with Cain and Abel. God, Abel has gained favor in the eyes of God. Yeah. And because he gained favor in the eyes of God, he directed Abel towards bringing up the fat of the calves and the lambs and the sheep and to bring up the blood for a sacrifice. Okay? Not allowing you to follow your own wanton ways. Yeah. So when God is showing you his ways, he's not going to allow you to follow your own mind. If God is showing you your ways, he's not going to allow you to follow your own mind or the ideas and the opinions that comes to my mind, because your ideas and your opinions that comes to your mind, it don't have to be right.
It don't count.
It don't have to be right.
It doesn't count.
Okay? In Isaiah 55 verse 7, it says, let the wicked forsake his ways, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. Huh? The only way to do that is by reading the book with a willing heart to change. Then you will learn the ways of the Creator and the way he thinks and the way I should think and the way that I should change my ways. Okay? Tamshi.
Show me thy ways, O El Israel. Teach me thy paths.
Tamshi.
Lead me in thy truth.
Lead me in thy truth. Tamshi.
And teach me. For thou art the El of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember me, O El, thy tender mercy.
Remember me, O Lord, thy tender mercies. Tamshi.
And thy loving kindness.
And thy loving kindness.
For they have been ever of old.
They have been ever of old. Tamshi.
Remember not the iniquities of my youth.
Remember not the iniquities of my youth. These are things that you got to ask God for, hoping that God expiate and remove these sins that I have committed in my past. But in order for God to do that, I have to stop. I can't continue walking in this fashion thinking that God is going to remove something that I continue doing.
Say it again, bro.
I got to stop doing it first in order for God to remove it. I can't return that way no more in order for God to remove it. Tamshi.
Know my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Israel.
We verse you at?
8.
Go ahead.
Good and upright is of Israel.
Good and upright is the Most High. Good. Tob, where Yashad. Huh? Now we got to realize and stop calling good evil. Stop calling evil good. Your definition and the things that you look at as being good and evil has to be according to what God said is good. Has to be according to what God said is evil. If it's any other way, it's not good.
That's right.
If it's any other way, it's not evil. It has to be according to what God said.
That's right.
The number one definition of what good is being agreeable with God.
That's good.
That's good.
That's good.
That's the good that God is looking for.
Yeah. Oh, I got good.
Huh? You got to agree with God. And because I sin doesn't mean that I don't agree. Right. All men sin. He said, there's no man that sinneth not. Okay? Agree with God. That's one of the ways of being good.
Good man.
All right? What is upright? Upright means what? Straight, honest, and just.
Yeah.
Right? Right?
Right.
To be just is what? Conforming and adapting oneself to that which is right by God. Okay?
Okay.
To conform means to agree.
Agree with God.
To adapt yourself is deeper.
Yeah, make yourself.
I'm not used to this.
You gotta make this.
I'm not used to this.
Being used to
But I
living
have
this
to adapt myself to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not used to it, but I have to adapt myself to
man.
it.
Come to me.
Okay? Because you're not going to get used to it if I don't put work in. I'm not going to get used to it if I keep staying away. I'm not going to get used to it if I don't live in it. What you're going to do is push yourself away. You're going to go far and far and far away from God because you're not going through the necessary requirements to gain that liking and that attachment with God. To adapt is to change your ideas.
Man.
That's number one.
Man.
Number one.
That's right.
And because I don't change my ideas, it's very hard to accept certain things in the book. I would never accept everything in here because I'm not working on myself.
Change your way of
Thinking, not changing my way of thinking in order to deal with the circumstances.
That's right. That's right.
That's adapt.
That's right.
So when you're adapting to the ways and the laws of God, I got to change my thoughts. I got to change your ideas and your thoughts in order to deal with the circumstances here and now.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay?
Get what you was doing.
Tom C.
Good and upright is El Israel.
Good and upright is who?
El Israel.
Is the Most High.
Therefore, when he teach transgressors in the way.
What verse you at?
9.
Go ahead.
The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach.
The meek will he guide in judgment. What is meek? Meek is when you submit yourself to the will of God. That's meek. Right? The meek will he guide or lead in judgment, Tamshi. And the meek will he teach his ways, Tamshi.
All the paths of El Israel are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant.
All the paths, all the ways of God is mercy and truth.
All the ways.
Everything dealing with God is about mercy and truth. That's why another part of the book said, to the merciful, I will be merciful. To the just, I will be just. If you're one way, then I'm going to come to you in the way that you are. I'm not going to come to you no other way. Because you don't emanate and you never show mercy, but now you want God to show you mercy.
No,
and you don't like showing mercy to people.
No, I don't go like that.
It don't go that way. So if you want mercy for God, you got to start emanating and showing mercy.
You got to pipe it down.
Got to pipe it down. Tamshi.
What man is he that feared El Israel?
Where's the man that fears God?
Mm-hmm.
It's a question.
Mm-hmm.
He said, find him. Look around.
Nobody's doing it.
He said, where is the man that fears God? Tamshi.
Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose.
And the man that fears God, God's going to teach him and lead him in the way. Uh-huh.
His soul shall dwell at
Lead him
ease.
in what way? In the way, in whatever way you choose, God going to show it to you.
Dig it.
And He's going to reveal it to you.
Dig it.
Whether it's right or wrong.
Dig it.
Because you done made your choice. You made your choice. Tamshi.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
And his children shall inherit the earth.
Uh-huh.
The secret of El Israel is with them that fear him.
Tamshi.
And he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward El Israel, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net.
Tamshi.
Turn thee unto me and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted.
Uh-huh.
The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses.
Mm-hmm.
Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my iniquities. Consider my enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me, and let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O Most High King, out of all his troubles.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Joshua chapter 7. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Thompson.
But the children of Israel committed a trespass in the accursed thing.
Uh-oh. It said what? Read that again.
The children of Israel.
But the children of Israel committed a trespass. The word for trespass is ma'ab. Mem, ayin, lamed. You know what ma'ab means? Breach of faith. Disloyal.
Yeah.
Now, breach of faith is breaking faith with God. What was our faith? What is our faith with God? Our faith with God is what? Your strong belief in God or in the doctrines of God. So when you turned against the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, there's a breach of faith. This is the opening in your spirit, which caused the opening in your spirit. There's a breach of faith, right? Tom C. Now disloyal. When you're failing to be loyal to one's obligation. Yes, we have an obligation to live by. Yes, we have an obligation to live by. My obligation. I don't know what your obligation is, because we have different obligations. And this is something that you have to voice out of your mouth and decide what is your obligation so that you can determine your lifestyle. You can determine your life, your path, the direction that you're going into. That's why certain things need to be specified and reiterated. What is your obligation in life? Not everybody, you're going to be surprised if you hear some answers. Because everybody's obligation is not to serve God. Because if your obligation is to serve God and keep his commandments, then it will change your mindset. It will change your actions and the things that you do in life that is against God. Tom C. Now, a trespass is what? When you commit an offense against God, right?
Yep.
Let's say you commit a trespass in the accursed thing. What is the accursed thing? What does that word accursed means? Accursed in the Hebrew means what? Cherem. A cherem means forfeited property, excommunicate, a dedicated thing, set apart for a particular purpose. Okay? Now, this dedicated thing, or this thing that was set apart for a particular purpose, those are things that we are not supposed to bring in the house. Okay? This is why Nikes are not allowed in the house. You can't take the Nikes and remove the Nike symbol because the sneaker is still abominable.
That's right. The symbol's on it.
The symbol's on it. You can't remove the symbol and still use the sneaker. We don't wear Yeezys. Yeezys, and if you Google it, is in commemoration to Jesus Christ. To JC. So that's why we don't wear Yeezys. Okay? Crosses are not allowed in the house because it's a dedicated thing. Okay? Stars, 6-point stars, 5-point stars are emblems and symbols that is used in witchcraft. Those are dedicated things. So those things have to be out of the house. Okay? Okay? Those are things that has to be out of the house. Those things are devoted to strange gods. So we can't bring these things in the house because it brings evil spirit, negative reactions to go on within the house.
It brings death. It brings death.
For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Yehuda, took of the accursed thing. And the anger of Israel was kindled against the children of Israel. And Yehoshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is between Beit Aven.
Now, God's anger is kindled against the nation.
Yeah.
They don't know that God is angry with the nation. So now Joshua is sending the people out to Ai. Right? We're still trying to get into the land. We had to go and wipe out Ai, pass through to get to our land. Right? Go ahead.
On the east of Bethel, and spake unto them, saying, Go up and view the country. And the men went up and viewed Ai.
Right?
And they returned to Yehoshua, saying, and said unto him, Let not all the people go up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and smite Ai. And make not all the people to labor thither, for they are but few. So they went up thither of the people about 3,000 men, and they fled before the men of Ai.
They went up, they ended up running. Tamshi.
The men of Ai smote of them about 36 men.
36 men.
And they chased them from before the gate even unto Shebaim, and smote them and going down. Wherefore the hearts of the people melted and became as water. And Yehoshua rent his clothes and fell to the earth.
Joshua rent his clothes, prostrated himself. Tamshi.
Upon his face before the ark of Israel until the evening time.
Until evening.
And he and the elders of Israel, and put dust upon their heads.
Tamshi.
Yehoshua said, Alas, O Israel.
He said, Alas, O Israel, God of Israel. Anytime they say that word alas, it's an expression of grief, pity, and concern.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Something went down.
That's right.
Tamshi.
Wherefore hast thou at all brought this people over Jordan to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites?
You see what he asked God? What is the sense of you bringing these people across the Jordan to get us wiped out to these people, to destroy us? What's going on? Now, mind you, Joshua didn't know that there's iniquity in the ranks. Joshua didn't know what happened or what went down. To his mind, everything is good. We in good standards with God. This ain't supposed to happen. We're not supposed to lose. Go ahead.
Wherefore hast thou at all brought this people over Jordan to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us? Middle of 7.
Okay, go ahead.
Would to El we had been content and dwell on the other side Jordan.
He said, oh, Mosiah, he said, man, you should have left us on the other side of Jordan. Then if you was going to take us over here and get us killed, Tamshi.
Lord Israel, what shall I say when Israel turneth their backs before their enemies?
Tamshi.
For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it, and shall environ us.
He said the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land going to hear it. Then they're going to surround us. Environ us means to surround. They're going to come at us. They're going to attack us. Tamshi.
And cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do unto thy great name? And the Israel said unto Yehoshua.
Look what God told Joshua.
Get thee up.
He said, get up.
Wherefore liest thou?
He said, why are you lying down on your face? Tamshi.
Israel had transgressed.
He said that Israel has sinned. The nation has sinned.
They have also transgressed my covenant.
They have also transgressed my covenant, my agreement, which I commanded them.
For they have taken of the accursed thing.
Because they took of the accursed thing.
And have also stolen.
They have also stolen.
Dissembled also.
And they lied. They dissembled. They lied. Tamshi.
They have put it even among their own stuff. Therefore the children of Israel could not stand before their enemies, but turned their backs before their enemies. Because they were accursed. Neither will I be with you anymore.
Anytime we are cursed before God, we never gonna be able to stand before the opposing force.
That's right. That's right.
You're not gonna succeed against the opposing force.
That's right.
Because there is something that's being done in your life that is against God, which left a breach,
that's right,
an opening,
a monkey wrench.
Okay, Tamshi.
Except you destroy the accursed thing from among you. Up and sanctify the people and say, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow. For thus say El Israel, there is an accursed thing in the midst of thee.
They always say, he said, listen, man. He said, sanctify the people and say, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow. And you see that word over and over where Moses told the people, sanctify the people. What did they do to sanctify them? But it was never revealed. Because you don't think people would have been doing it?
Yeah.
To sanctify themselves before God? Who don't want to be sanctified before God? But we're sinful. So we can't know that. We're sinful. So we can't know certain things. It ain't for us to know.
There is an accursed thing in the midst of thee, O Israel. Thou canst not stand before thine enemies.
He said there's something that's cursed in the midst of you. And until you get rid of that thing that is cursed in the midst of you, you will not stand before God. You ain't going to be able to stand before God. You're not going to be able to stand before your enemies. Okay, read.
Thou canst not stand before thy enemies until you take away the accursed thing from among you.
Okay.
In the morning, therefore, ye shall be brought according to your tribes.
Right.
And it shall be that the tribe which Israel taketh shall come according to the families thereof. And the family which Israel shall take shall come by households.
He said, in the morning, therefore, you shall be brought according to your tribes. And it shall be that the tribe which shall be taken, which the Lord taketh, shall be according to the families thereof. God is going to reveal who's the culprit. Right. He's going to reveal the tribe. Then he's going to go into the family. And the family which the Lord shall take shall come by a household. And the household which the Lord shall take shall come by man on man. It's going down to the wire, specifics. And this shall be that he that is taken with the accursed things shall be burnt with fire. He and all that he has. You see how a person can cause the downfall of his own house? A person can cause the downfall of his own house just by your actions against God. Your household didn't do nothing. They're innocent. But you,
he and all that he had, because he had transgressed the covenant of Israel. Because he had wrought folly in Israel.
Because he transgressed the covenant, he transgressed the agreement, and because he had wrought folly in Israel. So
Yahushua rose up early in the Boqued and brought Israel by their tribes. And the tribe of Yehudah was taken.
And
he brought the family of Yehudah. He took the family of the Zarchites, and he brought the family of the Zarchites man by man, and Zabdi was taken. And he brought his household man by man, and Achan, the son of Carmi, son of Zabdi, the son of Zerach, of the tribe of Yehudah, was taken. And Yahushua said unto Achan, my son, give, I pray thee, glory to Israel, and make confession unto him, and tell me now what thou hast done, and hide it not from me.
And
Achan answered Yehoshua and said, indeed, I have transgressed.
He said, indeed, I have sinned against the Lord God of Israel.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And thus have I done. When I saw among the spoil a goodly Babylonish garment.
When I saw amongst the spoil a goodly Babylonish garment. You mean to say that's all he took?
Yeah.
God is going to kill him for getting a Babylon? Yes. Because God is against wearing an attire or fashion of a Babylonian, of an Assyrian, of any culture. We had our own dress wear.
Mary sweater.
Okay?
They have also been forewarned.
And
before, don't take nothing.
Most of these garments that they had was dedicated to their gods.
That's right. That's right.
It was dedicated to their gods.
That's right.
Remember what Yehu? He said, bring them vestments. Bring vestments, bring garments, bring vestments, and give it to
Vestments of Bill.
vestments of Bill.
Yeah.
And give it to him. The way you dress determines your God.
That's right.
The way you dress determines what God you serve.
Kemoach.
Just like today.
That's right.
That's why it's very important that man and woman must change their dress code.
Yes, sir.
You got to change your dress code because according to how you dress determines what God you serve.
You don't want to die in that Mary sweater.
It determines what God you serve. Yeah. Top sheet.
And 200 shekels of silver. And
He stole that. He stole the 200 shekels of silver and the wedge of gold because that was supposed to go in the house of God. It was dedicated to God. That belongs to God. But he stole it and took it to himself.
Right.
Top sheet.
50 shekels of weight. Then I coveted them and took them, and behold, they are hid in the earth in the midst of my tent, and the silver under it. So Yehoshua sent messengers, and they ran unto the tent, and behold, it was hid in his tent, and the silver under it. And he took them out of the midst of the tent, and brought them unto Yehoshua, and unto all the congregation of Israel, and laid them out before Israel. And Yehoshua and all Israel with them took Achan the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the garment, and the wedge of gold, and his sons, and his daughters, and his oxen, and his asses.
Everything that belonged to him. Everything. His cattle, his oxen, his children, the sheep, the poor goats, the lambs.
It's all cursed.
Everything's cursed. Not everything you can take to yourself, because you don't know what caused what's going on with that. You don't know what's going on with that. Top sheet.
And his sheep, and his tent, and all that he had, and they brought them unto the valley of Achor.
What verse you at?
25.
Go ahead.
And Yehoshua said, Why hast thou troubled us?
Why hast thou troubled us?
And Israel shall trouble thee this day.
Now God won't trouble you.
And all Israel stoned him with
They
stones.
stoned him with stones.
Burned him with
They
fire.
burned him with fire.
After they had stoned him with
After
stones.
they had stoned him with stones. Top sheet.
And they raised over him a great heap of stones unto this day. So Israel turned from the fierceness of his anger. Wherefore the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor unto this day.
This day, you find
This
that
day.
heap of stones
Unto this day.
with all their skeletons underneath. Believe that.
Let's go to Psalms.
Shemo.
Let's go to Proverbs 11.
Shemo. Go on, drummer.
Oh, you got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold up. Let me see what
Ain't no such thing. David ain't had no stone.
Oh, no such thing.
David ain't had no stone.
Abraham ain't had no shield either. No special shield.
What's that? What's that? The stone? Oh, yeah.
They don't accept it. That's why.
That's why I don't wear period. I don't wear period.
They don't accept it.
I'm down Mama. I'm down one pair of footwear. One. I'm gonna keep that one until I get another.
Proverbs, go to Proverbs 13. Yeah, 13. Top sheet.
A wise son heareth his father's instruction.
That's 13.
Yes, sir.
A wise son heareth his what?
His father's instruction.
His father's instructions. I'm not going to argue with my father's instructions. I'm not going to go against my father's instructions. If I have any wisdom in me, I'm going to hearken to what my father said. It said, a wise son heareth his father's instructions. The word for instructions is musar. Musar means reproof, reprimand, chastisement, and ethics. Ethics. What is reproof? Criticism for a fault, right? When you criticize, you consider the merits and the demerits. We only focus on the evil, on the bad.
Yeah.
We got to focus on the good too.
Yeah.
Right? When you criticize, you consider the good and the bad of and judge the matter righteously. So when you're judging and you're trying to settle a matter, you got to consider the good and the evil. I got to consider both. And then I judge the matter and come up with a decision. Okay?
Right.
To reprimand, a formal reproof. A formal reproof, I got to take you, sit you down, and let you know, don't do this. You cannot do that. Don't do this over here. Today is the Sabbath. Today is God's Sabbath day. Do not allow yourself to do this and move in this order. Formal reproof. What are ethics? Ethics is a set of moral principles and values. A set of morals and principles, right? It takes self-discipline to follow that.
That's right.
You got to have self-discipline to follow those principles that you have, if you have any principles in you. It takes discipline to follow those principles. It takes discipline to follow those values. Which means there been times that I ain't had, we didn't have this discipline.
Yeah, that's right. Talk about it, Trump.
There have been times that we did not have this discipline.
Talk about it, Trump.
We will read the book, and go against the very same thing that you read.
That's right. That's right.
Loose with what you read.
That's right.
Following our own wanton ways.
That's right.
But it takes self-discipline to refrain from the things that God hates and despises. Self-discipline. Huh?
Right.
Now go ahead. Moral principles are what? That governs a person's behavior or the conducting of activities. Go ahead. Time sheet.
13. The wise son heareth his father's instruction. But a scorner heareth not rebuke.
But a scorner, what?
Hear it not rebuke.
Hear it not rebuke. What is a scorner? The definition of scorner in the Hebrew is letz. It means a jester or a buffoon. A jester is one to taunt jokingly. You taunt a person and you keep taunting them, but you're making a joke about the taunt that you're taunting them about.
Talk about it.
Right? Buffoon, a ridiculous, amusing person.
Right.
You're amusing and you're making a joke, but the joke that you're saying is hideous. It ain't good.
It's offensive.
Time sheet.
But a scorner heareth not rebuke.
Time sheet.
A man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth.
A man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth. You go out and work, you'll be able to satisfy your needs. If you don't go out and work, you won't be able to satisfy your needs. Time sheet.
But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence.
But the soul of the transgressor shall eat what?
Violence.
Violence. The word for transgressor is what? By God. By God, transgressor. It also means to be treacherous. It also, treacherous means guilty of betrayal.
Right.
Guilty of betrayal. What is betrayal? Or to betray. To fail or to desert. In time or need.
Backstabbing without a money.
Okay? To desert means to abandon a person or a cause in a way considered disloyal. Okay?
He that keepeth his mouth keepeth his life.
He that keepeth his mouth keepeth his life. You know why I said that? Because you ain't mess around and said the wrong thing. You gonna mess around and say the wrong thing, and this someone gonna take your life for the things that you done said out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Watch your mouth. Tom sheet.
But he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction.
He said, he that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life. But he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction. Always running your mouth. Running your mouth and talking and saying things that you have no business talking and saying. Tom sheet.
The soul of the sluggard desireth and hath nothing.
The soul of the sluggard. The sluggard is a lazy person.
Yeah.
The person is lazy. He's shiftless. Go ahead.
But the soul of the diligent shall be made fat. A righteous man hateth lying.
But the soul of the diligent shall be made fat,
Yeah.
shall be made prosperous.
That's right.
What is the soul of the diligent?
You don't hit the snooze button.
The diligent is what? Determined. To be determined is one that is sharp or quick to notice, hear, understand, or react to things quick. You don't take your time on. Tom sheet.
The righteous man hateth lying. But the wicked man is
The righteous man hated lying. The word in the Hebrew says, Dibar shekwed yishna zadik. A righteous man hated a lying matter, a lying situation. This situation is based on lies. This person is bringing up charges that's not true. A person that's in that righteous path is going to despise that matter. Tom sheet.
But a wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame.
But the wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame. What is loathsome? The word for loathsome is na'ash. No, ba'ash. Beit aleph shin. Right? Ba'ash means foul or offensive to the senses. All right? Unhated or unpleasant or distressing. A person offensive to the senses is extremely unpleasant, repellent. A repellent person drives or pushes people away. Repulsive, or a person that's repulsive, he stirs up. To stir up intense and disgust. You stir trouble up.
Yeah.
You start trouble up. Okay? Tom sheet.
For the wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame. Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way.
Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way. The word for upright is tamim. It means perfect or whole or complete. Right? So the righteousness in me is what's going to keep me on point with God. The good that I have in me is what's going to keep me on point with God.
Not riding the fence.
Tom sheet.
Wickedness overthroweth the transgressor.
Wickedness overthroweth the transgressor. Perverted or caused or crooked. Tom sheet.
There is that maketh himself rich, yet hath nothing.
What verse you at?
7.
Okay, go ahead.
There is
that making himself rich, yet have nothing. You fronting like you rich and you got it, but you don't got it. Tom sheet.
There is that maketh himself poor, yet hath great riches.
Tom sheet.
The ransom of a man's life are his riches.
The ransom of a man's life are his riches. Tom sheet.
But the poor heareth not rebuke. The light of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out.
Tom sheet.
Only by pride cometh contention.
Only by pride cometh contention. Only by pride, because of the amount of pride that you have in you, is what caused strife and quarrel and arguments.
That's right.
That's the cause of the argument, the pride that you have in you.
That's right.
Because you're proud.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
But with the well-advised is wisdom.
But the well-advised is wisdom. A well-advised person acts in wisdom, takes heed to wise counsel, proper deliberation, right, is the act of thinking about or discussing something and deciding carefully. But we don't do that. We decide before we talk about it. You already made your decision before we spoke about the situation. And you can't be wrong. You are hell-bent on whatever you decide and what you feel it is. That's not a person that's well-advised. That's not a well-advised person.
No.
You got to leave room. Leave room, enough room, because guess what? I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I may have took it different. You may have thought it different. You got to always leave room for that.
Yeah, now look at you.
Right? Tom C.
Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished.
Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished. Because you got it wrong. I done got the wealth wrong. So now you're going to lose it. Tom C.
But he that gathereth by labor shall increase.
But he that gathereth by labor shall increase. You work, you're going to increase. Tom C.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick.
Hope deferred. Right? Hope is your expectations. What you expect. Deferred means delayed.
It's delayed.
Right? Delayed. When you put off for a later time. Hope deferred maketh the heart sick. It's been delayed, and keep putting it off. It's taking so long, man. You're gonna get
discouraged.
That's right. You're gonna get discouraged. Tom C.
But when the desire cometh.
But when the desire come, it is a tree of life. Whatever you do desire, when it finally comes, it's like a relief. It's like a relief. Tom C.
Whoso despises the word shall be destroyed.
Whoso despises the word shall be destroyed. What word? The word of God.
Right.
Whoever despises the word of God shall be destroyed. Tom C.
But he that feareth the commandment shall be rewarded.
But he that feareth the commandment shall be rewarded. The word for rewarded is shulam, right? It means complete, whole, at peace, safe. He that feareth the commandments of God shall be at peace. Tom C.
The law of the wise is a fountain of life.
The law of the wise is a what?
A fountain of life.
Fountain of life. Tom C.
To depart from the snares of death.
Good
understanding giveth favor, but the way of transgressors is hard.
Good understanding giveth favor.
In death.
Right? Right? Said good understanding. Give it favor. Tom C.
But the way of transgressors is hard.
But the way of transgressors is hard.
Make it hard.
The word for hard is Aleph Yod Tau Nun, a time. It means perennial. Right? Lasting or existing for a long time. Lasting or existing for a very long time. But the way of the transgressors is hard. Go ahead, read.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge. But a fool.
Now, transgressors don't change for the better. They remain the same. They remain the same way. They don't change to appease or for the will of God. They don't change for that. They remain the same way. They remain with their same thoughts. They don't change. So they get stubborn and they stay the same way. Tom C.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge, but a fool layeth open his folly.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge.
Prudent.
Right? Dealing with knowledge, which means I only speak on what I know, experienced in, or study. Okay?
Right.
Now, not off of speculation, your mind, all those things could be wrong and it could be right. I can only deal with things that I have knowledge of. He said, but a fool lay open his own folly. Tom C.
A wicked messenger falls into mischief.
A wicked messenger does what?
Falls into mischief.
Falls into mischief.
But a faithful ambassador is helped.
A faithful ambassador. A faithful ambassador is reliable. A faithful ambassador you could count on, you could trust. Their work is valuable and of great benefit to others. Tom C.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuseth instruction.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuses instructions. What are instructions? The laws and the commandments of God. Tom C.
But he that regardeth reproof shall be honored.
Tom C.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul, but it is abominable to fools.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul, Tamshi.
But it is abomination to fools to depart from evil.
Mm-hmm.
He that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed.
Tamshi.
Evil pursueth sinners.
Evil pursues sinners, and sinners pursues evil. It goes both ways. If you're evil, you're going to pursue after sinners and things that is contrary to God. And if you're a sinner, you're going to pursue after evil things. Tamshi.
But to the righteous good shall be repaid.
Tamshi.
A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children.
A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children. Uh-huh.
And the wealth of the transgressor is laid up for the just.
Uh-huh.
Much food is in the tillage of the poor, but there is that destroyeth for want of judgment.
Tamshi.
He that spirit his rod hated his son.
He that spirit the rod hated his son. I can't. If my son do something, it come upon a time where I gotta use the rod.
Right.
And by me using the rod, it shows that I love him.
Thank you.
It shows love. The chastisement of God shows the love of God. If God don't chastise you, then that's not love shown from God. Tamshi.
But he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes.
Uh-huh.
The righteous eateth to the satisfying of his soul, but the belly of the wicked shall want.
And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika.
Boom.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eliazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to Chief Ben Prince Men, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, we're going to go to, first stop is in 1 Samuel 14, verse 31. 1 Samuel 14, verse 31.
And they smote the Philistines that day in Michmash to Ayalon, and the people were very faint.
Israel and the Philistines. You know about that Gaza Strip, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's been like that since then.
Mm-hmm.
The violence there started from back then.
Mm-hmm.
Philistines always had a problem with the Hebrews. They always wanted to move in and take land and take city. At the time of David, at the time of Saul, was very hot, and a lot of battles was going on with the Philistines. Now, this day, he said the people was very faint, and the people flew upon the spoil. The Hebrews, the Israelites, they won that battle, okay? And they flew on the spoil. The spoils of war is when you destroy an enemy, you overtake an enemy. All his riches is yours.
Right.
His cattle is yours. Okay? Everything that he owns is yours. Unless God say, don't take it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the matter of Achan.
Mm-hmm.
That was in one matter. God said, you can't touch the gold. Any gold you get, it come to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But this here, the people flew on the spoil. They took sheep. They took oxen, calves, some sheep.
And slew them on the ground.
They slew them right there on the ground.
And the people did eat them with the blood.
They didn't drain out the blood. When you kill the animal, before you do anything else to that animal, it must be drained of the blood. It is almost a 6 to 8 hour process. The larger the animal, the more time it's going to take for the blood to come out. God told children of Israel in the law, he said, when you go out and hunt, anything that is allowed by the law for you to eat, fowl or deer. Now we got to find out what fowl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I've been reading all this week and they got a lot of words to define different birds, different classes. And I come to the realization, all those words that we read about in Google, the Fasted Day family, the Gallus, this, That's what's making people say that chicken and quail is family.
Yeah.
Because that's what's being taught. Okay?
Right.
When I read it, Facidae, the word Facidae, you know what it means? All birds that don't fly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then you got some that do fly.
Yeah.
That's man's meaning. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know all of these birds,
Mm-hmm.
but the ones that God gave them what? Quails.
Right.
Doves, pigeons, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. There's no other birds
No.
that I read about, right? After their kind that was allowed by God to eat.
That's right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Yeah.
The quail was put in the same category as the chicken and the turkey. And they're not from the same family. There's no way they're from the same family. Most birds come from dinosaurs, which are ancient reptiles. Most birds are reptiles by nature. That's why they lay eggs. Okay? God already said which ones that was, the ones that he gave, you can stick to that.
Right.
But then you got to watch it. Oh, well, I'm going to eat quail. I don't suggest you do that either.
Right.
Because you got old quail, old world quail, and new world quail.
Right.
The new world quail is what they're saying is related to the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
The old world quail doesn't exist no more.
Mm-hmm.
They hybrid the original line of the clean animal of the quail into the jungle fowl, which is where the chicken come from, into the turkey vulture, into this, into that. That's why they're saying that they're all in the same family now. Gallus, that's the medical and name for chicken. Then you got galliforms. That means any bird that's related to the Gallus. It's a galliform. And every bird that God said was good is in that too. So who's right? Their definition and what they're telling us? Because God said after their kind. But what they're saying is they're all the same. According to what I'm reading on the internet about birds and fowls and their families and their kinds, they're all put together. Stop believing that the chicken is good. And the quails, I got to go into some more research about the quails of today. A lot of things got taken in hybrid over the years from the ancient days.
Right.
And a lot of stuff that you think is original is not. That's why they're mixed now. So I suggest you leave that alone. Okay? The turkey comes from the buzzard family and the vulture family. You got two different types of, you got turkey buzzard and turkey vulture. Okay? The turkey buzzard doesn't fly too much. He got wings, but he don't fly too much like the domestic turkey. And the turkey vulture flies like a vulture. They're all birds of prey.
Right.
They're not to be eaten or consumed. Because God said, fowl. Yeah, there's fowl in there. But back then, the animals, certain fruits, certain vegetables that existed then does not exist now. They're hybrid. They're mixed in. Okay? So no, the chicken is not good to eat. It is not. By these standards here, it is not. And I was also taught, when in doubt, do without. If you really can't find out the origin of where this come from, leave it alone. Because you may be sinning. Because that's the whole point of you trying to find out where it come from, right or wrong.
Yeah.
To find out if it's okay by God. So I suggest leave that stuff alone. Because there's a lot of stuff with these birds, even the quail of today. From what I'm getting, this is not the same quail that God gave people, the children of Israel. Everything is designed for you to sin today. Everything has been changed according to man's iniquities and wickedness, and it revs up. So a lot of things that was 100% pure is not. So I suggest you leave those birds alone, period. Okay? Now, they didn't jump on birds here. They jumped on sheep, oxen, calves. Calves is the baby cows, right? Baby cows, baby bulls. And they took them and they slew them right there on the ground. And they said the people didn't eat them with the blood. Meaning they didn't drain. They didn't eat it raw. Okay? The Canaanites ate their food raw. That was their diet. That was the diet of the Canaanites. Okay? Blood, fat, and raw. Nothing cooked. Roadkill on the floor. The animal died of itself. The animal got clawed up by another animal and left dead in the woods. They would eat that. That's a delicacy. Right. Roadkill. Right. Okay? They didn't eat this. They threw it on the ground and just started eating it raw. No. What it was is they didn't drain it of the blood. It's a process first. That's right. Okay? And it's saying the people did eat them with the blood. They ate those animals and those meats with the blood in it. So that means there's a process, there's this way to eat meat without blood. Right? But people don't like to admit that it's blood in that meat. Okay? It's called red meat. My brother said they call it red meat because it's blood. When you get rid of the blood, you can't call it. It's white meat. It's look like this. Using the word games. I eat red meat. It's really blood. You eat blood meat. You eat beef that got blood in it. Start to one person said, "Well, I don't want to go in there and see it slaughtered because then I won't be able to eat it." Yeah. But it's okay when it's cooked up. Yeah. The same thing you couldn't watch, you can eat it after it's been seasoned and cooked up. Yeah. So now the people are eating with the blood, Tamshi.
Then they told Shaul, saying, "Behold, the people transgress against the Most High." And
so they said, "You sin against the Lord when you eat with the blood." And I sin if I tell you you can't get the blood out, or I tell you, "Lord, get it well done. Just make sure it's well done." I'm not gonna tell you that.
All well done. All well done.
Well done means it's got the blood in it, inside. It got the fat in it, and you cooked it all the way. Because most people eat their steaks and stuff raw, rare, right or wrong, medium rare, yeah. People don't like to cook, even without the blood. They take the blood and the fat out. They don't cook it all the way, man. You see TV in those commercials when they cut it. You see the blood. It's pink on the inside. It's a little dark on the outside. You know what they call that? Sear. It hasn't been cooked. It's been seared. Yeah. The outside has just been cooked. And when you chop it, the inside is still pink. Raw. It's still pink, man. It look like the color of that right there. That pinkish color. You see it. I would say he was by a brother's house one time, and he was cooking. He was cooking steaks. And when you cooking it, you see the blood pop out. And you see it bubble, and turn gray. And it turns the same color of the seasoned meat that's being cooked. Yeah. So he said, "Yo, man, you cooking with the blood, man." Yeah. You know what he did? He went and took some ketchup, poured it up in there. He said, "Nah, Chief, it's juice." Juice is blood. What he said? They played a word game. So I sat down and said, "Okay, I gotta remember all these words that people like to use."
It's crazy, man.
Okay.
The more bloody and fat, the more bloody and fat in the meat, the more money it costs, the more delicacy it is.
To keep you out of the way of God. All this is designed. You already just said all these delicacies of the heathen that are unclean
and give you high blood pressure.
Cost a lot of money.
And cholesterol.
It costs a lot of money.
Yeah. Salt Bay.
People wonder why they get sick.
Listen. Listen. You see shrimps, oysters, clams. They call it seafood, right? Not fish. Fish is not considered seafood. It's a big difference. Okay? Clam cakes, all these things. These animals, God did not intend for you to eat and digest them. Right. But the heathen does everything adverse to God because they follow the devil. They follow fake gods. They follow idols that allow them to do the things that are against God's will. Yep. Okay? If I go in the woods, if I go hunting and I know how to hunt, I've been taught how to hunt. I go and I hunt. I know how to fish and I know how to hunt. Okay? You throw the line in there, you can catch, sea bass up in here, all right? But it's not, it's unclean stuff in there too. You might catch a catfish. You gotta throw that back. Catfish has fins, no scales. There are certain sea animals that were made to clean, just like the air. You got birds that eat and clean up. They eat dead bodies.
Carrion.
Carrion.
Yeah.
Carrion is the body, a dead body of an animal.
That's a delicacy for heathens.
Okay? But they don't want to see it until it's cooked.
Shrimps, lobsters, and crabs.
Okay? People eat the intestines of pigs and cows. Right? People eat hearts, stomachs, and brains. That's called pertinence. Pertinence is organs. We don't eat organs.
No.
We're not African Hamite warriors.
Just the boss.
You know what they used to do when they go to war? They kill you, drink your blood, and say that they gain your spirit and your powers.
And make
Take your head, shrink it, eat the brain.
Right now.
They do that right now.
Make your ear be a necklace.
Okay? I seen a guy execute a guy, right? And he licked the guy that he killed, he licked his blood and ate his blood off the sword.
Yeah.
The judgments are different. The judgments are not the judgment of God. That's why God said, yo, my ordinances. But these people go by what they seem right.
Savages.
Follow not their ways. He said, follow my ordinances. This is what you do here. He said, look, the people that you're about to go in there, but you got to kill them.
Yeah.
They were the worst people at that time living. Now, I didn't condemn all Moabites to die, or all Syrians to die. He even saved the Egyptians. He didn't wipe them all out. He crippled them. They never been the world power again. But these Canaanites, what's up with these Canaanites? Their father was cursed of Noah, first of all. Okay? The man named Canaan, the actual man, it was a man named Canaan. That's where the Canaanites come from. He was cursed by his father's father. So everything that came out that lineage, that heavy curse stuck on them, and their ways were all the way again. They were the worst people on the planet. And God told Israel, don't have children with them. Don't marry. These are the people, and I'm killing two birds with one stone. I'm bringing you out of Egypt into your independence, clean you up so you could be my rod and my sword. And then now, as their time is up, I told Abraham 400 years ago that they're not ready yet, but now they're ready. I'm going to give you all of their possessions. Just when you move up in there, wipe them all out. Okay? What kind of a God? I heard this on the History Channel. It said, what kind of a God would give an order to annihilate everything living in the city?
And it's all just.
The creator, the one who gave everything that he deemed to go, he gave it life.
And it's all right. That's right.
Who are you to question? He said, I heal and I make alive. I wound and I heal. He said, right? You know what that means? You know what those statements mean?
Yes.
I do what I want.
That's right. Yes.
And everything I do that I want to do is correct and right. You are not to question me. You are not to question my decision. You are not to question how I tell you to think.
Absolutely.
Because you don't know all the way righteousness, and I'm going to show you. But you got to believe like Abraham believed. Abraham was no different. He came out of Babylon. We heard the beginning of Babylon. That's the beginning of Babylonia.
The beginning of the rise.
The whole city was built upon the idea of going against God and everything that God stands for. And the people who followed. Okay? There was a lot of stuff going on that wasn't recorded in here. Okay? God didn't detail everything. This is his story. Because he's speaking to you. Okay? Certain things make you go off. Because I see people reading here and it don't say what it's saying in Hebrew or the English. All right? Let me make something perfectly clear. We deal with our dead different. When someone dies in Israel, we do not mourn them the same way everybody else mourns their dead.
No.
We don't do the same things they do. All right?
Sure.
There's no party in the honor of that person. There's nothing going on in the honor of that person, that dead person's name.
No repast.
There's no repast. They call it 9 nights in Panama.
No.
They call it Shiva in the Jewish community. Meaning, after the person is dead, you go to somebody in the family says, hey, gathering at my house now after we buried the dead. There's food, there's drinks, and there's more sin going on. I heard that goes on. Yeah, I heard that. That's how everybody looks forward to that. They ain't look, they ain't even like the people who were worshiping the dead. They just go in there so they can do their filth.
Look, gang.
I heard about that stuff.
Look, LLC. Stop doing it.
LLC, what's that?
Long live. We don't do those.
No. Don't live nobody.
We don't do those.
You don't pronounce for nobody to
We don't do those. Stop doing that.
You don't do that. Do that with God's name.
Yeah.
Do that with God's name.
Yeah, leave my pops alone.
Okay?
Don't do that.
You don't have to say that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't say it.
That's right.
He ordered us not to say it.
You feel
He
me?
said, because it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gone. He said, you're gonna be serving a God. You're gonna be like the Egyptians. That's how they worship the dead.
It's long live the name of God.
He said, long live the name of God, the eternal one. That's the one that lived forever.
Yeah,
His
don't
name
do
reigns forever.
We don't do those.
That's the separation you gotta make.
Yeah.
That's the separation. We can't go on the sayings that everybody else say. Somebody sneezes, they say, bless you. Y'all know where that comes from? An old, ancient German idol.
I tell you, no,
Okay?
I can't say thank you.
The name starts with a G.
I can't say thank
You know what it is. Zoo. They say it in Germany. It's a German name.
Okay.
When it's broken down, when you trace it back, it's an idol.
Right.
Oh, because your diaphragm lift up and you could die. God don't say nothing about that, man. Look. One boy sneezed 7 times. The prophet didn't say nothing about Baruch Hashem. Bless you in the name of God. That's when he brought the boy back from dead.
Right.
Leaned over him. He warmed his body up and the boy sneezed. As the breath came back in him, he sneezed 7 times. He did not say, the Lord bless you.
That's right. Be careful of your words. Be careful of your words.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody's blessed today. Everybody. It's like 400 songs. I am blessed.
God, they
I am
curse.
blessed. Man,
So they blessing
you said you
themselves.
blessed, but the rest of the song, you're talking about adultery, stealing, killing, all types of things.
This is curse.
So it's a different type of blessing going on here.
Self-blessing.
Yeah, you made yourself a God.
That's why they can say, bless up yourself. Bless yourself.
Bless yourself up. You don't need nobody. All
Bless
these
yourself.
things you gotta leave alone.
Yo.
You gotta leave these things alone. Okay? He said, and that they eat with the blood, and he said, ye have transgressed, rule a great stone unto me this day. He said, man, they messed up. Stop everybody now. Who says Saul was bad? Who says Saul was a bad king? Mind your business. Watch your mouth. He stopped the people from eating with the blood.
That's right.
How about that?
Break it down.
Nobody talk about that, what he did here. That's what the man say. He said, yo, man, all they talk about is what the guy did bad. They never say about this part. Nobody never bring this.
Right.
They always want to bring his mistakes and his faults and he's still better than you because where he resting at, he's still better than you because where he resting at is with the prophet Samuel. Him and his sons, in spite of his errors before God.
Bad this and bad this.
You know why? Because he was close to God.
Yeah.
Error or not, he was close to God.
Anointed, that's right.
And sometimes I notice God does this. You know what? I'm going to stop you before you go any further. That's why Samuel said, look, tomorrow at this time, you're going to be with me. You've done enough. You good. You still good. So people need to watch their mouth. This king stopped the people from eating with the blood.
That's right.
And this thing's been being taught in Israel for a very long time. Very long time. When you're going to stop eating with the blood. Halal. Cold cuts. fast foods. You know, but look, most of that place, they sell swine in there too, you know.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to eat from among these people, man.
Halal
Sit down in juniors,
halal eat shrimps.
high stakes
Right.
restaurants,
Right.
beef steak Charlie's,
It's
the Olive
it's
Garden.
allowed to eat
That's
shark.
for heathens,
Yeah.
man.
Right.
All those
Allowed.
restaurants,
Everything in the water.
the first
Yeah.
restaurant was in the house of an idol.
Yo, talk about the restaurants, man.
Right.
The first diner,
Yeah.
the first restaurant,
Yeah,
the first place that you could go and sit down and pick out what you want to eat was in the house of an idol,
Igbo don't.
ancient idol god.
Mhm.
Right next to it was a bathhouse
Right.
where people go in there naked and sitting there and steam bath themselves.
Yeah.
Across from there was the club
Mhm.
with the pole. And all these things was done in honor of the idol god that all of this was housed under.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's where all this stuff started, man.
Yeah.
You got no business in certain places.
Mhm.
We
You got no business eating certain things.
in no restaurant.
You don't
Talk
got no
about
business there at all, man.
it. Yeah.
You're sitting amongst the heathen. And look,
Talk
all those places is unclean.
Talk about it. Talk about it's a vegan.
All those places is unclean.
Yeah.
This man said advance, so advance.
Yeah.
All those places is unclean. And when you start moving and thinking like that, there's no room for error.
No room for that.
There's no, oh, I made a mistake. I thought it would, because
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with none of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay right here, plain and simple, like I was taught. They keep it plain and simple because as the years go on, they contaminate everything. This year, oh, you read the ingredients, you check it out, it's good to eat. Next year, it's not.
Same products.
Don't stop reading the ingredients.
Exactly. They're always switching up.
Don't stop reading the ingredients.
That's right.
Mhm.
Candies, cakes, cookies, all of these things they didn't eat either.
Always
It's the
changing.
delicacy of what? The king,
That's
the
right.
king's meat.
Siempre cambia.
These are the things, cupcakes and stuff like that,
That's right.
baked cakes with crosses on it. These are the things that they offered up to gods
Yep.
that are no gods.
Teach.
Tell sheep.
34.
Mm-hmm.
And Shaul said, disperse yourselves among the people and say unto them.
He said, spread yourselves out. He's talking to his officers. Spread yourselves out and get the word out.
Bring me hither every man his ox,
Everybody who got an ox,
and every man his sheep,
everybody who got a sheep,
and slay them here.
every animal, whoever got an animal, now you got to do it in front of me. Because see, as a leader, right, I got to make sure I can't say, well, man, I'm straight, I'm good. Like I've heard some leaders say. He said, well, I don't do it. But why you allow it? Why you teach it? Why do you teach? Why don't you teach against it? That's real
That's
selfish,
church.
man. And that's what? And you're still leading the people astray by doing that.
That's church.
Because that's what happens with the church. That happens
Same
with the
thing.
laws. That happens, that's the way of religion.
Same thing.
That's the way of religion and religious leaders.
Right.
Okay? Because all those religious leaders know the truth too. Money is involved in this stuff. Having a charter, getting a place, having a charter. You get money.
Big business.
Everybody ain't doing this to do this, man. It's for a lot of fame. This here, views and all of that stuff. Don't get caught up in it. Don't get caught up in it. Okay? Because it's the way of the world now. It's the millennium. They call the children of this era millennials. You know why? You know what millennium means? It just doesn't mean 1,000.
Right.
It means more than 1,000.
Mhm.
All right? I'm gonna show you what it means right now. Read it. Let me get the definition. All right, I got it. A period of 1,000 years, especially when calculated from the traditional date of the birth of Jake.
Mm.
Know what that means, right? They're saying, oh, you guys are born under the era of Jake, under the era of an idol god, under the era of the world. That's why they call them millennials today. And you see their minds? War, okay? Worse than my generation. War.
Right.
Certain things my generation wasn't having, they accept. Well, you know, today is a different time. Oh boy, the sage burner,
Right.
the spiritualist.
War.
This guy, he got all type of ideas. This girl here, she has no gender. This guy says he's a male, he's a female, he's this, he's that.
Hold on. Look.
Male,
What's going on?
female, they.
What's going on?
It's a new gender.
He said, don't call me he. Refer to me as they.
They.
I'm multiple people. I've heard this come out of people's mouth. He said, I'm really 3 people. I'm 3 men and 3 women inside.
Bugged out.
So,
And
I know,
this bipolarism is getting real crazy
out.
now.
I know gender.
Yeah, but all of this is what God put on. He said, yo, the more they gonna do this, the more I'm gonna hit them up. And if you want to follow them, you won't get it worse. I'm gonna save you for last because you know better. These guys, yeah, keep pointing the finger at them and following them. Keep pointing the finger at them and following them. That's the problem. Get your mind off of them. Oh, but look what they're doing. They're supposed to do it.
right.
Don't you know you're supposed to serve God, and they are not.
That's their portion.
Moses said, man, with God that everybody was prophesying. I wish all of you guys was this close to God, but he said, with the God, I wish it was up to God that if it was him, it would be this way, but it's not. It's not in the cards. Okay? He said, bring me hither every man his ox, and every man his sheep, and slay them here, and eat, and sin not against the Lord in eating with the blood. So you sin when you don't get the blood out.
Yeah.
He said, and all the people brought every man his ox with him that night and slew them there. Everybody obeyed. Nobody had a different idea. Not one Israelite said, well, look, man, I know how to do it my own. I don't need you looking over my shoulder. I get the blood out of my own. He's dead. See, back then, judgment was high, even amongst the heathen. They didn't have jails filled up.
No.
You a problem in society, they kill you, man.
That's right.
Or they put you down in a hole, and the next time we see you, you a skeleton. That's how they dealt with it. It wasn't just God gave us peculiar judgments because they are right. Even in executing penalties, severe, financial. You know what severe is? Somebody has to die. Financial, oh man, you stole a sheep. You got to give up 4 sheep.
4 sheep.
You got to give up 4 sheep. 5 oxen. You stole 1 ox. The Lord said, if a man steal an ox, he got to pay back 5. And you're going to be in debt for a while. You're going to be working. Because you only took 1, but now you got to pay back is more. Okay? You took 1 sheep, now you got to pay back 4 sheep. To make that right, you got to bring that back. 4. Hey, man, I ate the one I stole. You better go and get work and make that good. That's the right. Every law is righteous. The law is dealing with the farm. They're farming. Okay? All these things go together. It said that you will live in the land. You will live long. You will be established there.
Yeah.
But apparently they didn't. We got invaded 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Other world powers was able to invade, take our kings and set up. They told Zedekiah that this is not your name no more. Your name is Zedekiah now.
Yeah.
They named him that. It was Coniah. The Egyptians come. King, you're not going to quit. You boom. They start switching up. Now I'm gonna make your uncle king now. Yeah, that's why. Oh man, these heathens come. It's your fault because you want to follow them. So you bring the attention of them here, and the breach is open. They're gonna come do what they. And God said, the Assyrian, my rod of anger, meaning I use the heathen now to do stuff to you. Top sheet.
And the people brought every man his ox with him that night and slew them there. He shall build an altar unto Israel. The same was the first altar that he built unto Israel.
Okay, go to the book of Ruth now. So that's plain and simple. That can't be disputed. There's another part in there where the priest told them to bring all of their flesh. And he soaked it under his own supervision. to make sure that people didn't eat with blood.
Mm-hmm.
Tough shit.
Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled.
This is in the time of the judges. This is when there was no king yet. It's before we had a throne established, and God would raise up godly men to save Israel.
Yeah.
A judge to lead and save Israel, to get them correct before God. Okay? These were like the guys that they were like kings. They moved like kings, but they weren't given the title yet. They didn't sit on the throne yet. Okay? But God would select a certain one, right, to save his people.
Mm-hmm.
And in saving them, the way God does it, he does miraculous things, overwhelming things that overwhelm the heathen and they can't understand. Okay? Awesome things, terrible things.
Mm-hmm.
And the children of Israel are supposed to see that and say, you know what? Yeah, man, let me stay on the right side with God. And a lot of times he told them, yo, man, you don't deserve this, but I'm going to do this for you. But I'm going to do this like this. That way ye will know I am the Lord, not the heathen.
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever say that way the world would, or they would know? He said that way you would know. That's what he told Ahab. He said, I'm going to do this, man. He said, I'm going to do this. He said, maybe this will spark you to leave leave Baal alone and those false prophets alone.
Mm-hmm.
Tongue sheet.
There was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Yehuda, went to sojourn in the country of Moab.
Left out of Judah, the whole land of Israel getting hit up because the people ain't right as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
So now the land, after a while, a couple of generations, the effect of the people that live in that particular land that's called Israel, Palestine, Canaan land, it's all the same. Whoever lives on that land has to live by the laws of the Most High God. I don't care who it is. The Canaanites had to go because the land spewed them out. The Israelites had to go because they did not. God said, don't live, these are the laws of the land. They go together with you here. If you go against, if you violate these commandments, the land is commanded already to spit you out. How does the land or a region spit you out? By making it harsh, living conditions. Now it's dry. Now it's drying up on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Okay?
Yes.
You can't plant nothing. Ain't no rain coming over here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do, locust is coming.
Right.
Worm is going to come. Okay? Oh, gotta flood it out.
Mm-hmm.
Too much water.
It's going down now.
All right? Look. War come. Some guys come and say, you know what? You know how much farmland Israel had, man? All that dry land out there?
Mm-hmm.
Back then, they said, man, listen, man, they pour salt.
Right,
They take all the produce, and then they pour salt on the ground, and they blaze it on fire.
It's done.
They put little pieces of tar all over the place because tar is pitch, and that's
Right.
flammable. That's the same thing they make the streets with. And there, in college words, they call it bitumen.
Mm.
Okay, but it's the same thing as pitch. Pitch, bitumen, tar, same thing.
Right.
And they had tar pits, natural pits of tar
Mm-hmm.
out there, and this was also used as a weapon. Yeah, hot tar being poured on people. The gang
Right.
set you on fire.
Mm.
Tongue sheet.
And he and his wife and his two sons. And the name of the man was Elimelech.
Elimelech,
The name of his wife was Naomi.
Naomi,
The name of his two sons, Machlon and Chilion.
Machlon, and Chilion. Man,
Ephrathites.
his wife, and their two sons. They left because of the famine, and they left out of Bethlehem, Judah. They were from out of Ephrat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, house of Ephrat.
Yeah.
That was out of Judah.
Right.
Okay, and they came into the country of Moab and continued there. They went next door to Moab. Moab is right next door. And look, where the Moabites at, they don't serve God. They got food.
Mm-hmm.
See the thing? Tell she.
Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Yehuda. And they came into the country of Moab and continued there. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died.
Now, usually this happens first. Normally, the man dies first. That's why he leaves a will. Okay, that's why he sets up insurance. Different types of things. He gives commands to his sons, daughters, wives. It's like it's already a known thing. You hear most men say, look, man, when I die or when I leave here, I don't want y'all, I don't want you, or don't, right or wrong. You hear that everywhere. Right. In movies, shows, real life. Okay? It's most of a common thing in the way of the world. The man goes first. Okay? So he died. Elimelech is dead. So Naomi is her and her two sons now. Verse 4.
And they took them wives of the women of Moab.
Now, where they live at, they took wives from where they live at. Okay? Moabites. We would say heathens, outsiders, foreigners. Okay? They took two wives. All right? Now, when they did that, I can plainly say that they didn't follow the rules of Moabites no more. We're going to see why. Township.
And they took them wives of the women of Moab. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. And they dwelled there about 10 years.
And 10 years now. 10 years they've been living in Moab land. Right? And they got these two Moabite women as wives now. Township.
And Mahlon and Chilion died also.
Like I said, commonly the men die first. Now the sons don't grow old. They died and left wives. All right? Township.
And the woman was left of her two sons and her husband.
And she lost her husband and her two sons. For a woman, she lose her husband, and then she lose her sons after that. It's not gonna be too happy, man.
Devastating.
Absolutely.
Devastating.
Right.
Devastating. You know what I'm saying? Tell she.
And she arose with her daughters-in-law.
Now she got her daughters, just her and her daughters-in-law. In-law, in the law of marriage, because they're still like daughters to her. And she is a mother to them. And they treat her as a mother. It was with her for 10 years. Okay? It wasn't around their family. They changed their whole life. And they stuck. Because when you marry someone, it's for life. It is not really to have a divorce or to break up or be separated. It's not what God intended. Okay? And as we can see, nobody wrote a bill of divorcement in. Tell she.
Then she arose with her daughters-in-law that she might return from the country of Moab. For she heard in the country of Moab how that Israel had visited his people and given them
So
bread.
she heard through the grapevine, the word got out that God gave the people bread again, gave them food again, let stuff grow again. Israel got food again. The famine is over. He eased up on them. So she said, okay, we could go back now. All right? Tough shit.
Wherefore she went forth out of the place where she was, and her two daughters-in-law with her.
Yo, these stories are true. This is not just a made-up story. I don't know what's making me say this. But somebody here or out there is probably saying in their head, I don't think all this stuff. Perhaps don't do that. This is written by God. Verse 5 is written by God. Written by Moses, told by God, dictated by God. And then everything else was written by godly men. Godly men that served God like Moses did. So it behooves us, because wickedness and evil in you will make you doubt. Once you want to do the right thing, according to God, in the spirit world, you made a challenge. And there are forces, outside forces, opposing forces. Yeah. Automatically, that's how it happened, because wickedness is ruling right now. For you to say that you're going to do right, you a problem now. You're a problem. I got to get you like everybody else. Once I get you like everybody else, because misery loves company. Can't have you walking around saying, thus saith the Lord. That's the mentality of people. When they down what you're doing, when they say, when you show this is important, And they go, it's going to count. That's how it's supposed to go for it to be something. You have to have people oppose it. Just make sure you don't do it. Talk shit.
Wherefore she went forth out of that place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on the way to return unto the land of Yehuda.
So they going to the land of Judah now. They've never been there.
Yeah.
They've never been out the land of Moab now.
Right.
They've been there all their life. But now Mom Dukes is leaving. They're leaving with her. Talk shit.
And Naomi said unto
Now,
her,
it takes a person for what she about to say. It takes consideration, all right, to say what she about to say to us. Talk to you.
Naomi said unto her 2 daughters-in-law, Go, return each to her mother's house.
Go back to your mother's house. Go back to your family. Okay? This is why, talk to you.
Return each to his family, to her mother's house, for the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me.
You said God deal good with you. God gonna deal good with you like you have dealt with the dead. My sons who you was married to.
Right.
And how you dealt with me.
Right.
What she mean by that? After look, y'all could have been gone.
Yeah, a whole bunch of righteousness.
They could have been left.
That's right.
But the sons is dead and they still there. That's why she said, yo, got nothing else for you here. Y'all don't have to go. He said, look, go back home. The Lord gonna deal kindly with you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because of how you dealt, okay, with the dead. Meaning, when they still consider themselves wives of Malion and Chilion. Okay? They didn't just up and say, well, look, now I could go back dating now. Or I could go drinking. You know, a woman not supposed to have all these relationships. That's what these laws stop. Okay? A man is not supposed to want to be going through the woman like that. That's what these laws is about. Marriage was for me and you to do this, to die.
Right.
Whoever died first, the other one keep going. It's a sacred thing. It's a beautiful thing too. It's a beautiful thing. The man said, when you see 2 people in their old age, right? And they can tell you that they've been through everything. Serving God together. Not everybody in a marriage is doing that today. Mostly it's individually. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
A lot of the old schoolers stayed married to death.
That's right.
I don't see that today. Everybody, man, I don't want her no more. Hey, you wanted her. You wanted her. You know what she was about. Now you don't want her no more.
Right.
It's not right.
Hey,
Yeah, that's not right, man.
hey, guess what?
And now you,
I don't want him no more.
look. She don't want him. I want a divorce. This is not working.
We've been down
This
too
is
long.
not working. You just not accepting what's going on here.
Yeah.
Right.
If I was a Muslim, you're gonna be a Muslim. You wouldn't have had a problem with it. If I was a Bangladeshi, right,
man.
with a dot on my head, you wouldn't have had a problem with
Yeah,
it.
man. If I call that nigga on the cross name, you
You
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have
a
had a
problem
problem
with it.
with it. You'd be like, okay, now it all makes sense.
Facts. Talk about it, man.
Now it
Yeah.
all makes sense. That's what you just said. That's the wickedness in you. That's the idolatry. That's the idolatrous servant in you.
Stand up here
You have
with you,
to
bro.
recognize. This is why you don't accept. This is why you can't say, okay, well, look, okay, it's time for me to start doing this law and do it.
Yeah. It's why
That's how it's done.
It's why I've been.
That's how it's done.
Leave me alone,
When
man.
you got in betweens and you ain't made up your mind to do this shit. And you better hurry up. The ones that was born in it, the ones that was not born in it, the ones that everybody has to hurry up and make up your mind. Did you hear what the man taught today?
Leave me alone.
People were living for hundreds of years. Lifespan is like this now. Old disease get to the new, young disease get to the old.
Yeah.
You see a dude 16 years old, he got more gray in his beard, in his head than I do. He's 16 years old. They're coming out old. They're coming out talking already. He said they're coming out like monsters. He said these are the signs of when God starts revving these things up. Okay? If you don't come out, I don't come out as a monster, but now I don't want to be a man no more. So I turn myself into a woman. I'm a monster. That's a monster. It's nothing man. That's a monster.
Right.
You don't make yourself Frankenstein.
Yeah, abomination.
You deaded parts that God gave you to procreate.
Yeah.
And you didn't want that part. You want that part. What kind of madness is this? And people are teaching your children to accept it.
Yeah. Even if she know better too. You still want to teach?
Counter.
That you want
Counter.
that.
Every now and then. Hey, listen, this is not right. Out of the clear blue. That's how you train the children.
You want God to kill you.
Look, over 50 years old, before my father left here, he was still calling all of us together like we was little kids. Hey, everybody come here. Make Shama, go get my life. To declare the words of God and how serious it is.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what made me today.
And you gotta do that with your children, man. They're gonna push their face up. Don't mind that.
Yeah.
They don't understand yet. They don't accept and believe yet. They just want to have fun. Partake of what's going on around here. And lollygag. You got to stay on them. And then now the children, us children, young and old, stop playing around, man, with your parents, man.
Say it again.
Stop playing around with your father. Stop playing around with your mother. Do what they say to do,
You
man.
can't win.
Make it easy on your life.
On your life, not mine.
Because I'm good. I listen to my daddy. And I'm keeping the things, reiterating stuff that we got recorded. Those are my boosters. That's my personal booster. Stuff he's saying. We say it to each other, right? You better find your personal booster to do this. You have to listen.
Yeah.
It's the reason why the whole world shuns this.
Yeah.
The majority is wrong, y'all.
Yeah.
That thing on the cross is not a God.
Yeah.
It is a nobody, man. He come in 300 different flavors like ice cream.
Right.
Come on, man. He got a pamper on.
Yeah.
What God do you want to serve?
Now, where's the
What God
camera?
that you want to serve that walk around naked?
To keep it funky, man.
If a man walk in here, if I come in here and I walk out here with a pamper on, y'all gonna let me come up here and teach?
If that nigga
No,
on the
sir.
cross,
You gonna listen to what I gotta say about
No,
thus
sir.
saith the Lord?
911.
Come on. How can a ghost get a woman pregnant? A ghost?
Come on, man.
These things are myths.
Come on, man.
All started long ago to govern the people in idolatry
Come on,
so
man.
you don't succeed with God.
That's right. That's right.
That's what this is about.
That's right.
That's what this is about. This is the whole, why are we here? Everybody's here and everybody's born to serve God. Most don't. So they die and go to punishment. Now, a lot of times when you read and it say to serve God, he will give you peace. That peace don't always come now.
Listen,
You get that peace later.
Right.
And that.
You get it later.
And that.
You get it later if you
And
serve
that.
God.
And that.
You'll be able to say, man, what you disquieted me for?
And that.
Now, the people who didn't serve God, they're not in a peaceful state. They are being disquieted constantly.
You be able to say, I want to go there.
They're being bothered and poked and jumped and burnt and kicked and thrown
24/7.
around constantly.
You be able to say, I want to go
And the
there.
ones on that side can see it. They'll be able to say the righteous gonna see it. Some of them gonna be able to partake in it. Say, yeah, hit that set of bombs. Yeah. Read the prophecy. Some of it is for now. Oh, come on, let's go. Let's roll. Let's roll. I got something else to bring in. Let's roll. You wanna read that? Okay. Verse 8, and Naomi said unto her daughters-in-law, go, return to your mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you as he have dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant you that you may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband. Do y'all understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
They're dead. Their husbands is dead. The mother just said, the Lord grants you, meaning awards you, okay, that you may find rest. That's not now. Okay? Each of you in the house of her husband. When they go back to their mother's house, they're not in the house of their husband. The house is done, it's gone.
Right.
Where they lived at is gone. Those guys are dead.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So what house, where? Where's the house at?
Okay.
You're going somewhere after you leave here. Yeah. Where is their house at? That means when those women die, they will be with their husbands when they leave here. That's what she just said.
Yes, sir.
May the Lord grant you that you may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband. That's the only way they're going to get it. They got to die.
All right. Teach.
They got to die. A lot of times when we read stuff here, it ain't talking about now. They say, man, he slept with his fathers. He slept with the ones that was before him that served God. Now he's with them. That's what Samuel said. You going to be with me. You going to sleep with me. You and your sons going to sleep with your fathers. Tongue sheet.
Then she kissed them, and they lifted up their voice and wept.
She kissed them. Kissed them. And the kiss back then was not with the lips. The kiss with the lips got started in France with tongue kissing. Okay? That's why in ancient customs, very Arabic customs, you still see them go like this. Right?
Right.
Cheek to cheek is a kiss. Or my cheek on your shoulder, that's a kiss.
Right,
that was a kiss back then.
Okay.
That was a kiss back then. It wasn't perverted. They didn't do that, man. They didn't put their mouth on each other, man.
Right.
It's a lot of customs that got to stop. That's why my daughters, especially with my daughters, ain't no they're not because babies, kids, they always come right in between your legs, and from that you got to train them. No. You not even Abba, not even your father. You don't even sit on my lap. I don't put my daughters to sit on my lap, nor my sons. They don't sit in the virility area, the area where a man is saying, man holding like he's in travail. That's his loins. Nobody sits there. My wife is the only one there, and we do that in closed doors.
Different mind, man.
I'm not gonna sit out here and my woman's sitting on my and no, and we kissing up in front of everybody. No, it don't go like that either, man.
Right.
I used to have to tell sometimes my woman, I said, yo, man, sit down, man. You know, some they clean, some women they clean, and they want to. Nah, this is not what we do to clean stuff, man. Today's Shabbat. I can't have you near me too much, man.
Right.
Because you are my wife. Physically, you spark me.
That's right.
Automatically.
Automatic.
So we can't be too
It
close
sends
to
electricity
Right,
through
right,
my
right.
spine.
Okay. All right?
Yeah.
He said, hey, man, stop, man. He said, man, come on now. Chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, back up.
You on your period, you can't be around me, baby.
Right.
You can't cook for me. You can't do nothing for me right now. I got this. I cook for myself now. Okay? You gotta wait until that's over. How I taught you how to teach. Because women don't count. Nobody does that. Nobody does that and then they're clean after. Nobody does that. You know when they say they're good? When they stop bleeding.
Yeah.
You know what? I stopped bleeding for 3 days. I'm good now.
I have a period.
And go. She's still on her menstrual cycle. And you run up in there. Old Boy Scout. Can't wait. They say unstable as water.
Yeah.
Your hormones, you gotta keep your hormones in check.
Balance that you gotta.
All right? And you ain't gotta do that, man.
No.
There's evil forces that mess with that too, with your lust.
Yeah, man.
You know that, right? They get you in different ways, man.
Yeah, man.
You can calm that down, and you teach her. You will teach her to calm it down.
Write that down. Relax.
And teach your children. No sex.
Sure.
No boyfriend.
You get married first.
No social media.
Uh-huh.
You don't need it.
That's right.
I got you a phone. You don't need to go on the internet.
Talk about it.
When you go on the internet, you come home and you go on this computer I have rigged up. That any site you go on, I'll know.
Talk about it.
You ain't gonna be able to go on a porn site because you can't watch porn. Porn is sexual abominations done for the pleasure of the viewer. Look, man, movies, plays, theaters, sports, you name it. You want to really go in? We ain't supposed to have nothing to do with none of that stuff, man. All that is the ways of the heathen, too.
Right. Hey, but he said movies. He said movies. Movies and TV shows. What is it? Deception. Think about it. You lying. That's not your family.
Because now I'll be looking at stuff from a different angle.
That's not your family.
It's not an enjoyment. I said, wow, man, I'm starting to think, oh, wait, this is the way of the world. Okay, this is that. I said, he said that in a movie 3 years ago. They're programming your kids. They already got you, but they're programming the children now. All these are the ways of the abominations of the heathen, the entertainment industry.
It's the devil's workshop.
That's no, you got everybody. It's where all the money at. It's all the fame and the glory at.
Entertainment is the devil's
Okay.
workshop.
Illumination. Watch that. He said, "You shall not be reckoned amongst the nations." You know what that means? They ain't gonna reckon you. They ain't gonna jack you. They ain't gonna say, "Well, here you can stand amongst them. You're a legend like us." Nah, because you don't live like me. I hate you. That's the normal mind of a wicked person to a person that serves God. It could be your wife against a husband against a wife, once they're not on the same plane. Time sheet.
10. And he said unto her, surely we will return with thee unto thy people. And Naomi said, turn again, my daughters. Why will you go with me?
They said, nah, man, we not going back. We here with you. That's loyalty and faithfulness. Because that's not biologically their mother, but they have taken the mantle as daughters to that woman. So look, I'm going to deal with you the way I deal with my own mother. And I'm not going to leave her, let her go back on her own. We're going to stay here with you. That's what they told her. And they said unto her, surely we will return with thee unto thy people. We're going to come and be amongst you and your people. Time sheet.
Why will you go with me? Are there yet any more sons in my womb?
She said, why are you coming with me? He said, there's no more sons. I'm not pregnant. I can't get pregnant no more. Look. I'm not remarrying. You have some women that are widows, and they remain that way till they die.
That's right.
That's
what makes it a widow.
So wait. Okay, yeah. Some women that remarry. Yeah, some women remarry.
Not a widow.
But the widow, she took what she said to her husband, okay? Seriously. That's the only man that you look. I've heard women say, man, what I'm gonna do now? It's the only man I know. That's the only man I love. I don't want to love nobody else. I've heard women, old and young, say that lost their husbands. And that's an honor in itself.
That's right.
It's an honor in itself. That's why God said, leave the widow alone. Don't mess with her.
That's right.
She cry out. I'm gonna turn your woman into a widow. And your kids. You know how you do that? By killing you. By killing that man, by killing you off you. Okay? Talk sheet.
Are there yet any more sons in my womb that they may be your husbands? Turn again, my daughters, go your way, for I am too old to have a husband.
I'm too old. Not now today. They don't say that today. They say, I'm 65 and I'm still hanging. I'm still good. They're really out here.
Are you serious, bro?
Yeah, man.
The Golden Bachelor, brother.
Yeah, man.
People are 70 and 80 years old.
And they're in the club. They're on social media. They're twerking. They got...
Bro, the Golden Bachelor is 77 years old.
Hang it up.
Not here.
That show?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
77.
it's not the Bachelor no more.
No, it's the Golden.
It went up. It went up to the
And the woman is in their 80s. And the man running through all of them.
I mean, okay, you see like certain people, they reach a certain age, they're like, okay, I'm not gonna move like that no more.
Stop, man, you too old.
I'm too old to be moving like this. It wasn't right when I was young. Now it's even worse because I'm old.
Cut it out.
And worse for a woman. We already look at men. Look at this old fool. How much more a woman now? Okay? Can't follow everything. That's why you can't do what the men do.
Old adulterer
That doted. You ain't never gonna stop now. It's the carpet is still going.
Still going.
Come on, man. You beyond menopause. They in menopause.
Hey, cobwebs.
They outside, man.
I say cobwebs.
Yeah.
The old adulterer
Yeah. They was talking about the men.
because the woman wasn't running around like
And now they are.
that.
Because the men kept doing it. The men kept turning all the women out. So now all the next generation that come out is a bunch of freaky kids that come out with lustful desires.
I say cobwebs.
Talking about I still got it. What? You're supposed to be teaching your granddaughter how to carry herself. You're supposed to be teaching your granddaughter that before she sits somewhere, okay, that she look, okay? You're supposed to be teaching your granddaughter, don't jump in men conversations.
Set the example.
But you want to take your granddaughter's man. You're looking at her boyfriend. That's today. That's millennials today. Okay, that's what they call it. Time sheet.
I am too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband also tonight, and should also bear sons.
She said, look, she said, if I should say I have hope, you know what that means? Hey man, if God makes it happen and I get married now, that's what she's saying. If I should have a husband also tonight, I get a husband tonight.
Yeah.
And should also bear sons. She said, look, even if I get a man, new husband, and I conceive, she said, you gonna wait around for these children?
20 years.
You gotta wait till they grow up.
Yeah.
Remember, he said, wait till Sheila, my son, grow up. She ain't going to, well, look, come here, young man, because you got a woman like that too. You got a woman like that too now. He's not talking about it. And the little dudes like it. But they turning out young men too. Come here, young boy, strong back.
They call them cougars.
Cougars. MILFs. Yeah, MILFs, M-I-L-S. That's what's taking over now. MILFs and cougars.
Yeah.
Wow. She still, come on, man. You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
Yeah.
Let's be ashamed of whoredom. Man and woman.
That'd be a
It's a
positive
shameful
influence.
thing.
Positive influence.
So she said, turn again, my daughters, go your way. I'm too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband also tonight and should also bear sons, would ye tarry for them till they were grown? Would you wait? You know, by the time they get old, you may not be working no more. You ain't gonna be able to be a wife to them. You're gonna be like a grandma to them. You can't do nothing with that. You ain't gonna be able to bear kids for them no more. It's too long. It's over. That's what she's telling them. So there's no reason for you guys to come and put yourself through this. I don't want y'all to come put yourself through that. Y'all can go back on. He said, if I should have, he said, would you stay them from having husbands? Nay, my daughters. He said, boy, grieveth me much for your sake. She said, no, man. And I see that where I feel more sorry for you than you do for yourself. That's consideration. They say, yo, for your sakes, I don't want to do that to you, man. Say, nah, I don't want to inconvenience you. Right? People say that. Say, nah, I want to cause you no trouble or cause sorrow or harm. Nah, I don't want to do that. And that's what she's saying. He said, it grieves me that the hand of the Lord is going out against me. She's like, yo,
you know, something because of me.
look, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So right now, God took everything. My protectors, my sons and my protectors too. She said, God took all that from me, man. Took everything. She said, so for your sakes, I ain't got nothing to give you. I ain't got nothing to give you. I'm walking back here empty. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do this. Nah, listen, man. Nah, you because look, I'm gonna be in the streets. I'm gonna be here and there, here and there. I don't want to do that to you, man. You stay here and you wait till I finish with it. Because I'm gonna be over here and I'm gonna go. You can't handle it. Right or wrong. Sometimes you look and say, nah, he can't handle it. Chill down. But his sake, you do that for that person. Consideration.
That's right.
Right?
That's right. 14.
Uh-huh.
They lifted up their voice and wept again.
They said, no.
Mm-hmm.
First they would say, nah, we're gonna live. They said, no, to make it imperative.
Mm-hmm.
And they started crying because this is a sad situation.
Yeah.
The family is done. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
This is a sad situation here.
Mm-hmm.
They had a whole family, and the man's dead. Now she's destitute. She don't have no husband. She may not have one. She's, you know what I'm saying? She ain't got nothing for you guys. So they started crying. They said, Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clave unto her. You know what that means? Orpah said her goodbyes.
Yeah.
Ruth didn't hug her or go to kiss her because she not leaving. That's like about to leave. Say, yo, man, I'm about to be out, man. Boom. But you ain't even, you don't want me to leave, so you're not dapping me. That's what Ruth did. Orpah said, well, all right, man. You said a lot. This is true. All right, I'm gonna go back. But now going back means you don't live like this no more.
Right.
Means you go back to your family and you're gonna live under the banner of how they live. Because you can't control what go on in their house. You can't control what go on in their house. So now you're gonna be under that banner again. Okay? But Ruth, she didn't kiss her or hug her. So that action means I'm not leaving. I'm not kissing you and hugging you goodbye. Tell she.
But Ruth clave unto her. She said, behold, thy sister-in-law is going back unto her people.
You hear that? Now this is the whole lesson of this chapter.
Yeah.
She said, behold, thy sister-in-law is going back unto her people. You know what that means? She ain't going to serve God no more.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what usually happens today. The man dies and everybody stops serving God.
Yeah.
I'm addressing it so that everybody is aware who serve God and who don't in their houses. That's what it boiled down to. Whose side you on? A lot of times the men die or you get locked up. He's not around for a period of time.
Yeah.
Everybody go back. I've seen that a lot. Don't go back. Look, just because of somebody dying is not an excuse to go back. Well, a lot of people stop doing these commandments for A or B reason. Oh man, I don't like what he said. I don't like what they did. Oh man, they're a bunch of fakes. All of them are. All right, you know what? You learned about God through those fakes, though.
Right.
We got to tolerate each other. You know that, right?
Right. Absolutely.
There's times when I got to be like, you know what? Being ridiculous, but and there's times you got to do the same thing. Because I have to apply this treatment to you. I'm not doing it to them out there. And you have to apply this treatment to me. And now we can serve God. Yeah. One man said we all we got. So we constantly at each other's throat. God says he doesn't like disunity. He said he loves unity amongst brethren. He said it's beautiful. And he compared it metaphorically to the oil that ran down the beard and ran down the skirts of Aaron's robe. So when you get anointed a king or priest, where's the anointing oil? Where's the anointing oil?
Ain't no Kohen.
Where is the process? I don't call it ritual.
Consecration.
Anything that's a ritual has to do with the idol god.
I'm gonna call you by your
The
name.
process of consecration.
You need a temple for that.
You need a godly man to consecrate. Your priest can't consecrate himself. He don't pour the oil on himself.
Right.
The king don't pour the oil on himself.
That's right.
Right or wrong, y'all?
No, you're saying that for
That's
certain
right.
days.
Most of the time it was a prophet.
Teach.
It was a prophet that did these things. Man of God who is fit to consecrate you for this office, because with the office that you got, you can't even live regularly like the children of Israel. You can't go and come out the temple.
Right.
And out, you can't do that.
I'm not calling you Kohen.
Okay?
I'm calling you by your first
Okay.
name, John.
That those priestly duties are extinct.
You ain't no Kohen.
Job said, watch out for flattering titles. Sometimes it's just a flattering title. Because can you make an atonement for me, man? See, the priest got the honor amongst the people as a head of everybody and a teacher, because every year he confesses your sins to the Lord, and he makes atonements for you when you bring your animal to the door. He makes an atonement for you. That's why he got honored like that. And later on, he said, man, like priests, like people like priests. He said, you type of people that argue with and consent with the priest. You'll go at it with him. And he got the law. He's telling you, no, you're wrong, and you still go and argue with him. He said, that's us now. That's in the book of Hosea. He said, this is where we come to, man. He said, now y'all don't turn against me. He said, once you turn against me, y'all going to turn on each other. It's all an ugly situation. And now here's the key. No matter who dies, don't stop serving God. No matter who discourages you. No matter, some people will do you dirty and get away with it. You have done people dirty and thought you got away with it.
Encourage your brother in the Lord.
One man said, he said, I cut off the toes, the great toes and the thumbs of what, 70 men? He said, and now the Lord has required me to say, and he wasn't a godly man.
No, he said, as I've done, so
But he recognized his correction. He said, man, you know what? I did this to a lot of people, man. I can't get all bent out of shape.
He said, now God done it to me.
Because it was done to me. I got to remember, I did that.
Right.
We forget our sins too quick and too easy.
He wasn't a man of God.
That's our pride, man.
Was that a man of God, brother?
He wasn't a man of God.
You want the others. Right.
He was against God.
Okay.
And God delivered him into the hands of his people. Zalman and Zema and Salmon, all them guys.
Okay.
God delivered them guys. They was running, trying to get away.
Okay.
And when he got caught, he said, yo, man, cut his toes off and cut his thumbs off.
Do what he do.
And know what? He said, man, God didn't tell them to do that to him. He didn't say, well, cut him off, because he came and he said, well, you know what? I did this evil thing, man.
To many.
I stole from people.
Yeah.
I robbed people.
Yeah.
I shot people for no reason.
Yeah.
I did this. I didn't have to do that to that guy. I didn't have to do that to her.
Yeah.
Some of that gonna come back to you later on, man.
Right.
You can't cry.
Yeah.
And you ain't made, there ain't no atonement been made.
Yeah.
You haven't made your mind up yet. And you're still involved in hedonistic things on the regular.
Right.
So it's not happening. So stop crying. Get right with God.
Yeah.
That's right. Absolutely.
Get right with God. Sometimes I see a guy, look at this guy's strength and see him pushing, and then you see this guy pushing. We are each other's strength.
Right.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We're not rivals with each other.
No.
We're not in competition with each other. Okay? That's not what it is. I'm in competition with my bad side, with me. That's the fight. That's the fight.
Yeah.
That's what everybody has to do. So we can stick to the decision. You made the decision to serve God for the rest of your life. Decisions changes.
Like my father
weakness
said.
sets in.
Like my father say, fight that nigga inside
Fight
of
him. Get mad at it. This is why sometimes you see we get excited up here. And it look like we want to kill something.
Yeah.
That's me talking to me.
That's me talking to me.
Not none of y'all.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
It has to be that way.
Yeah.
In order for me to keep correcting, right? And the things I'm correcting, to keep it.
Yeah.
It said, man, do the law and keep the commandments.
Right.
You know what keep the commandments mean?
Don't stop.
No matter how I feel, no matter the situation, no matter where I'm at, no matter what's going on, no matter what time of the day it is, I got to keep these commandments.
Don't stop.
And if you don't understand that, then we're going to part ways. Sooner or later. Dig deep into yourself and make your decision. and make your mind up. God will help you. If you make your mind up to serve him, he will help you.
Oh yeah, that's a big fact.
I put my life on that.
That's a big fact.
He will help you, man.
That's a big fact.
And only you gonna know.
That's a OC.
Only you gonna know.
Oh,
you gonna know.
can
Listen,
you
whoa.
see?
Look, one man said, whoa, he woke up, he said, that's for me. The declaration was made. He said, that's, he said, thus shall be done to all those that die in their sins. And he woke up. He said, that's for me. He didn't come and say, hey, that's for y'all. My son, he said, that's for me. And he used himself as an example. A lot of times he didn't get on us. He used himself as an example for strength.
Yes, sir.
Tell you, orientation and training.
Yes, sir.
The better the training, the better the soldier.
Yes, sir.
The harder the training, the harder the soldier. The more loyal the soldier.
Yes, sir.
So you may not understand sometimes. This is what keeps a person, the zeal of the Lord. Whenever the zeal of the Lord, you got a man's zeal like Phineas. Okay? At that time, at that moment, somebody had to go. Because it was detrimental. Okay? There are other times when men just had to step up and say, look, man, that stopped. That over there stopped. From now on, everybody here at a certain time. From now on, this. From now on, that. That's how it's supposed to go. Mm-hmm. And look, and when you do that, you tighten it up. You tighten it up, man, and that's what God loves. He will help you. Time sheet.
And she said, behold, our sister-in-law is going back to her.
She said, behold, your sister is back. She went back. She didn't have to go back. Ruth stayed. Why she ain't stay? Why she ain't stay? Why she didn't stay? Why the man died? You've been with him for 21 years. You got 4 kids. And now that he died, you don't see you on Shabbat no more.
Calm, please.
The next time we see you, it's Pesach. And you ain't dressed the same. The woman got to watch that. Your strength in God is your husband. Because he's going to show you strength. He's going to show you and guide you. That's your strength. Judith was married to Manasseh. Manasseh, he was a king in Israel. And he wasn't too good at the beginning with God. I watch my words when I talk about these men. I'm not going to say he was wicked, none of that. If the narrators say it, they say it. He wasn't too good with God. He was misbehaving with God to the point where he was worse than Ahab.
Right.
Okay? And even he bethought himself. And you see people who never went that high in wickedness can't bethink themselves. Right. That man bethought himself.
Lost.
Okay? He brought himself back. And he confessed to God. He pointed out, man, I don't sin over the sands of the sea. My offenses are great. And he was serious with it. And do you know, he was one of the few kings that was let out of Riblah. You know what Riblah is? Torture city. Torture city is a city of torture. This is where they take the royals. And, I conquer your people, all the heads, the presidents, the kids. Oh, y'all go there. The leaders, y'all go there. And you died. He's the only one that went in and came back out and didn't die. And sat back on the throne. God caused him to sit back on the throne. He's the only one. Everybody else got sent off and died because they did not bethink themselves. One king, he got invited to the dinner. Yeah. One king went out there and he wound up being so cool with evil Merodach. The man name is Evil Merodach. His name is Evil. And he was digging the king. Why? Because the king, he wasn't changing. He said, man, come up. And he ate at his table and he died. That king died. Evil Merodach.
That's his name.
That's his name, man.
Evil Merodach.
Time sheets.
Unto her gods, return thou after thy sister-in-law. And Ruth said, entreat me not to leave
See,
you.
she said your sister-in-law is going back unto her people, and when you go back to your people, you go back to your gods.
Right. And the culture.
That's why God told Abraham, it's time to go. Your daddy, you don't have an obligation no more.
That's right.
Your father not here, and your mother not here. Once they're alive, you have an obligation. Am I correct?
Yes,
Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
Okay. So now your father going. You ain't got to stick around with your brothers and them because they ain't got it in them. What I see in you. So you got to come, and at the same time, where I'm bringing you, everywhere where your foot touch, your seed gonna run there.
Yeah.
And you are gonna be a stranger that serve God amongst these Canaanite people. He was amongst Canaanites.
God chose him out his whole
God chose him. You know how big those families was? No, I'm gonna tell you how big the family was. Most men had more than one wife.
Yeah.
They had concubines.
Yes, sir.
God said, fill the earth and replenish
You
it.
don't do that with one
You
woman.
can't do it with one. Every man get one. It ain't getting filled up correct.
It's not happening.
Woman was given to man.
Yes, sir. Say it again.
Woman was made from man.
Yes, sir. Say it
Okay?
again.
So who came first? Man.
Mm,
Adam.
Everybody else come from woman.
mm,
Adam was here first. Adam was complete. They said there's a word that they use. They say he was made in perfection, total perfection.
yes, sir.
Meaning he didn't come out bloody.
Yes, sir.
He didn't come out bloody with feces the way we came out.
With cords hanging
Yo, I
from his
watched my
body.
kids come out.
Whoa. With cords hanging from his body.
Cords, he was hanging around his neck. One of my sons, he nearly died. He came out with it hanging on his neck. He said, "Oh, I can't remember what the way." I said,
Dino wasn't breathing. He had to wrap around his
He
neck.
had to
Just something like that. Come out with heart murmurs. Or come out with diseases. He didn't come from a woman. He was made with the hands of God,
That's right.
personally
That's right.
constructed. God said, okay, lay right there. When I'm ready, I'm going to activate you.
No navel.
God creates life.
That's right.
Life comes from God. Everything that you know and you recognize in your life comes from God. There was a time it didn't exist. All right? It did not exist. Adam and Eve. He took his rib, this surgery, took his rib and constructed a clone of a human being, but in a female gender form. Okay? That's the creator. That's the God we serve. Sometimes you got to recognize, go back in these stories and make yourself see, man, nobody could do these things, man. Nobody could do this, man. Nobody could go into a man's heart and harden him so he could correct him.
Yes, sir.
And then kill him like he did Pharaoh.
Yes, sir.
Because you're messing with my people. And they crying to me. Yo, this God is great, man.
Yeah, ain't nothing
And
like
it's
this
a
God.
privilege and an honor
Baruch
to
Elohim.
be able to learn how I'm supposed to
Ways
really
of God.
live and how God wants, and He will be pleased with me.
Baruch Elohim.
They take this as an honor and a privilege and a good thing.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not a burden, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, y'all making it a burden, man.
Yeah, we make it a burden on
You're
ourselves.
making it a burden. It's supposed to be something you live in.
Absolutely.
Talk shit.
Trying to live different than the world.
And you gotta, yo, when I was saying it, he said, yo, when I leave here, nobody gonna be here to boost you up. He said, only y'all. Boost yourself up. So there's times you're gonna see us look like madmen for this. And that's what's gonna keep us in here. That's what kept my father in here. He got mad at himself. Yeah. Not the world, not Israelites, not God. He said, man, listen, man, I'm wicked before God, and I have to do this before I die.
Talk about it.
So he cut off worldly things.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Look, hey, before the sun went down tonight, he'll let you know. When the sun go down tonight, I'm preparing for next week's Shabbat, nigga. What you preparing for?
But tonight,
I'm on different, man.
right now, people in other camps are leaving now.
Different, man.
Leaving now to be so that they're on time. By the time the sun go down, they're at their job. Stop doing that.
He wasn't lying.
You're getting ready for your job. You cannot get ready for nothing today.
No, because the act of
Getting ready was yesterday.
hearing his work.
Set up, prepare, arrange, fix. This was hanging yesterday. Bop, 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 bop. If I had forgot or nobody, it's gonna stay there like that. It's not no sin. It's not no sin. Look at this. I can't even fix. I can't fix. I'm fixing. I'm arranging.
The average person would fix that.
The average person gonna say there's nothing wrong with that.
For the camera.
Because it's crooked. Oh, it's crooked. Let it stay crooked. You crooked. I'm crooked.
Your mind is crooked. Yeah, man.
Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Stop making up excuses, weak excuses.
Yeah. Hey, why is that a violation to fix that, bro?
Because you're not supposed to fix, arrange, or make right any artifact that is up, held up. I cannot rear anything up. I cannot pin anything up. I cannot tape anything up.
Yeah.
I cannot set up anything today.
Yeah.
Tom sheet. See how these words get you fired up?
Yeah.
Get you fired up.
Hey, excuse me, brother.
You need the fire. I ain't mad at nobody. It's the zeal, man. This is how God gets you, man. When you got your mind totally on him, you get dangerous. You get dangerous to yourself and your house. Now you can put your foot down and say, look, man, I don't want this in here no more.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Or don't come in here no more.
Yeah.
Son,
Yeah.
daughter,
Yeah.
wife, brother, sister,
Yeah.
auntie, uncle. That's why God said you got to live by yourself with this. You can't live with your family. You can't live with heathen. You can't live with strangers.
That's right. I live by myself.
They're going to have a Christmas tree in there.
Yeah.
They're going to have ribbons. They're going to have the good luck charm there.
Yeah. Right there.
Okay? The Nike symbol all over.
Yo, man, I'm getting hot.
Every doll, every doll is a god. Dolls are gods too. Barbie doll, teddy bears, action figures, all that stuff are idols. Some shit.
Leave it alone.
They're images. They're not real.
Leave it alone.
God don't want you to be associated with any artifact that look like something that is not alive.
Like you can raise the children right, man. Why?
It's not fun. What you call fun for the children is wickedness. You are devoting them. They're being devoted. Some shit.
16. Wait, Ruth chapter 1, verse 16. And Ruth said, entreat me not to leave thee or to return from following.
She said, do not ask me to leave no more. I'm not leaving you. See, when your mind is made up about a decision, you're going to voice it. Especially when you got somebody say, no. I don't, ever had somebody try to pay you for something? You did something as a favor. You was never looking for money.
Right.
I'm going to show y'all what righteousness is. You was never looking for money. You did it just because it was the right thing to do. And the person turned around and want to pay you. Don't take that. The good thing to do is not take it. Abraham wouldn't have took it.
Right.
Think about it. I said, no. I said, my intent was not to get paid. I said, it would be wrong for me to take that. Looked at me. I said, wow, that's some righteous stuff there. I said, I'm trying, man. Everything that I know, I'm trying. Before I take my hand and receive anything, I got to gauge it like Abraham did. Everything free ain't good. Most stuff that comes free today is stolen. And you're not supposed to have stolen goods, right or wrong, sister? You're not supposed to have stolen goods. You're not supposed to eat anything that was stolen. And you're not supposed to have nothing stolen on your possession or within your house, on your habitat. Because it said, thou shalt not steal. So why should I have stolen goods in my house?
You can't buy from the booster.
You can't what?
And
we've been hearing that for years. My Abba been telling me that for years. We've been saying that for years. We've been hearing it. You've been hearing that for years, right? They still do. They put orders in. Because it's cooking fast and it's tax-free. You know? It's cheap. And what you're buying is vain. You ain't even supposed to be wearing it. How about that? Yeah. You go, how about that? Tell she.
16. Ruth said, entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee.
Right.
For whither thou goest, I will go.
Anywhere you go, I'm going.
Whither thou lodgest, I will lodge.
Look, when a child says that to their parents, a wife say that to her husband, a man say that to his brother or his friend, they mean it.
Yep.
They mean it. Look, you can't, you're not leaving without me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stay here by the door. And I'm gonna wait, because you gotta to leave, you gotta pass me here. I'm gonna sit right here and wait for you. You're not getting out my sight. I'm moving with you, man. That's it. Where I live, where you live, I live. Where you die, I die. Where you eat, I eat. When you pray, I pray. That is one. That's faithfulness. And if you faithful like that, you got the heart to be faithful to God. God, you got a faithful heart. Tell she. No, wait a minute. She's a Moabite.
Yes, she's a Moabite.
You know why I emphasize this? Because Israelites are Israel. We're Israel. We're the chosen seed. Stop it. Stop it. Because the chosen seed left God. They got kicked out and died in their enemy's land.
Right.
We are the sons and daughters of strangers and slaves that come from everywhere. Okay? Everywhere and anywhere. And anybody and everybody can serve God. Because the whole world was supposed to serve God in the first place. Regardless of your skin color, regardless where you was born, where you come from, and to leave that alone.
Most High said he's the God of the spirit of all flesh.
Okay? At first, through Israel, everybody was going to get it. But Israel followed everybody.
Of all flesh.
So stop with the chosen seed stuff.
Right.
Leave it alone.
Black people is not God's people.
All right? You got white people walking around here with black fathers.
No, for real. Everybody keeps saying that.
You have white people walking around here with black fathers. Okay? You got black people walking around here with Spanish fathers. Back and forth, back and forth. Everything's mixed up. Well mixed. The mix never gonna stop. When God scattered them out, it's to stay scattered, not to come back. Because everybody would have came back. You had groups that went over there. Did it last? No. How come everybody can't come together and go back to Israel? Take it, man. Everybody get out of here. Push. Get out of here. Yeah, we set up our army. Where the throne at? It ain't happening. You're going to die in your land and your enemy's land. This is your trial before you die to see if you're going to serve God. Because your ancestors didn't serve God when they had everything. So now you're going to do like the rest of the world. If you want it, go get it. If you want it and you desire it, show me. That's what God is doing with us now.
Right now. That's
right
the time,
now.
That's the time it is.
I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if you're born in it,
that's what time
came along the way, or whatever. It's the same thing now. What are you going to do now? Get serious with yourself. The same way. Okay, dang.
Right.
Do this now in your spare time. You by yourself. Bethink your evil self, man.
And just because I'm black, don't make me God's people.
Listen.
Negro.
All wickedness started with black people before any other color came.
Come on, man.
The first homosexuals.
Come on, man.
Okay?
Come on, man.
Not Greeks?
Come on, man.
Not Greeks.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Before Greeks.
Come on, man.
They made it a religion.
Come on, man.
They said it was sodomites in the land.
Come on, man.
And two kings in our history had to expel them. Okay? King Hezekiah and King Josiah. King Josiah, King Hezekiah. Look, they were just kings of Judah. But look, we got to go through the whole land, even where the heathen at. You know why? You know why? Because the land that they're living on must be kept by law. What you living on is the land of Israel. Something about that land, I don't care who it is, you got to serve God on that land. It's going to always be turmoil.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Like I said last week, I'm not cheering. I'm not sad.
Right.
This is something that's been going on.
Yeah.
That Gaza Strip, it's been going on since the time of Saul.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You think the children of those people are? Who do you think they are?
Yes.
And they helped give us up. Just remember that. And one of their leaders came over here at a summit and said that the real reason that everything that's going on over there is because of Black American youth that's here. Okay? You know why? Because they over there, their kids over there are following the kids that's in the street out here. They following the hip hop, they following the lingo, the styles, everything that said everything. Everything. Think about it. Tongue sheet.
Thy people shall be my people, and thy El my El.
Your people will be my people. I'm going to become one of you. I don't care how different I look. I'm going to dress like you. And my eyes may be a little more squintier, more bigger because of the people I come from, but I serve God. And I'm staying here with you, Tumshi.
Where thou diest, I will die, and there will I be buried.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man. If somebody say that to somebody,
Yeah.
they not, you can't fake and say that.
Yeah, make your heart
Certain
feel good, make it
things
feel good in your heart.
people ain't saying because they're not ready yet.
Right, that's true.
They're not ready yet. They want to, but they know they haven't put in enough works to say this yet. Okay? What you just said? No. That marriage stuff. They take vows in that world.
Right.
What you said, brother?
said,
Till death do us part. You know what that means?
No, that's
I'm not
fact.
supposed to leave you. And
Forever.
you ain't supposed to leave me even if I cheat on you.
That's
Right.
fact.
Forever.
That's a big fact.
We die together. We die. We grow old together. What happened to us growing old together? What happened to that? This generation is very stubborn, highly stubborn, and very bent on death.
To get married for
Tell
all
she.
the wrong reasons. The Lord do so to me and more also, and aught but death part me and thee.
He said, look, God gonna have to stop me.
King Saul's armor bearer.
Okay?
King Saul's armor bearer.
God gotta stop me. It's going down.
That's it.
Look. You heard some men say that. He said, man, the only one can stop me is God.
Yep.
And if God don't want him to do it, he gonna stop him.
That's right.
Sometimes he kill a man
That's right.
to stop him from what he about to do.
Sometimes he give a man a heart attack.
Sometimes he give a man a God, he gave David a heart attack. He smote his heart. You know what smoke means? God hit his heart. Oh, whoa. Because the position that you in, you don't take revenge. No. He's equal in everything. He's still a son of Israel. If he was a heathen, go on ahead. Anytime David rolled on a heathen, it was full force. God didn't intervene. He didn't stop.
That's right.
Don't be so quick to kill your people.
That's right.
And it ain't good. You ain't killing them over a death penalty that God said kill them for. You want to kill them because you mad at them. We got to think about this. It's not our laws. It's God's laws. Term sheet.
When she saw that she was steadfastly minded to go with her.
When she's seen that she is made up, her mind has been made up. When people see your mind is made up, they're going to leave you alone.
Yup.
I said, I know this. I know this. I've seen it. I've seen it amongst families.
Yeah, your
I've
family
seen
see your
people.
mind made up.
When they see that your mind is made up about this
mind.
they don't have to respect it. They're gonna leave you alone.
They ain't gonna mess with you no more.
About this way of life. You have to show them. They said, look, man, that God that I was serving, all of this and how I was, is because I was serving this God. Okay? You leave me alone, man. This man was about to kill his own son.
Yeah.
For God. So it ain't nothing for me to tell a sibling.
Yeah.
You ain't my mother and father. I've seen mothers and fathers don't have a problem with people defending the God that they taught their sons or daughters. But you know who has a problem? The brothers and the sisters, the aunties, the uncles, and the cousins.
Yes.
I be noticing that.
Yeah.
I noticed that. Oh, you think you better? Yeah, I am better. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This makes me better than you.
That's a fact.
I'm sorry.
Talk about it.
That's a
And
fact.
if you jump over here,
That's a
me
fact.
and you gonna be better than them.
That's a fact. Yes, I'm better than
There
you.
won't be jelly no more.
G.
I don't eat what you eat.
G. Say it again.
I don't wear what you wear.
That's I can run it down the line.
I don't have these artifacts in my house.
I can run it down the line.
Okay? I don't have abominations. I don't perform abominations. I don't say abominations. I don't carry abominations.
I'm better
I don't
than
bring
you.
abominations.
I'm better than you, clown. Yeah. Yeah, ask about me.
Okay?
Ask about me.
You wanna keep going?
Yeah, you want to keep going?
My head ain't bald.
Yeah.
My face ain't shit.
Yeah. Hold on, back.
Let's go. Let's go. My woman don't wear pants.
Say it again, man.
She don't wear pants.
Say it again, bro.
She don't wear pants.
Say it again, bro.
From the time I told her get a
Yeah.
bottle, it's a wrap.
I don't eat anything.
Young woman wear pants. She wear mini skirts.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, when Thanksgiving comes,
Yeah.
she's gonna be with her family.
You about to celebrate Thanksgiving.
She's gonna be with her family.
Exodus, nigga.
That's coming up.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
let
better
your
than you.
family get you.
Talk about it, man.
said, food up to God.
Yo, the real look, that thing, man. Look. Black people ain't even supposed to be following that.
I'm a star.
Because the first Thanksgiving, you was slaves and you couldn't eat no turkey. You know what you had? The wishbone. You know what you had? Oxtail. Yeah, that's a slave dish. The tail, the foot, ox foot, cow foot, tripe, tongue, pig ears, pig feet. All those things are the things that the slaves ate. They didn't get the sirloin steaks. They didn't get the meaty part.
They didn't have
wings. They didn't the wings. They got the wings and probably a drumstick. You're not getting the breast. That's what was going on. All these celebrations and holidays you like to link your heart to and like to be a part of. No. If you was alive when it first started, you would know better now.
Yo. Who said that? King David? God chose me.
Yeah. Over your father.
Over your
father.
Now I'm gonna go back out there and be
over your father. He said, now I'm gonna be more vile. You call me vile?
Yeah.
Well, me being happy for God and serving God is vile to you. I'm gonna be more vile. I'm gonna do it more. If it, you know why? Because it bugs you.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
God, you just get jealous because the
It bugs you. It's a tight one. Tight. Okay, now we're gonna stop this here. So that was the gist of that.
Yeah.
There's times when you're gonna be on your own.
Man.
You gotta make a decision.
Man.
Now. You can't play with it. And you can't go back on it.
Man.
She made that decision right then and there. While she's telling her, yo, y'all go back, Ruth's like, nah, I ain't going back.
She made it right there.
Just like the sister said, oh wow, he's singing this abomination. There's certain songs we ain't supposed to be singing. Certain songs we sing is not supposed to sound similar like worshipers of idols.
That's right.
It's not supposed to sound the same groove.
That's right.
The same. All of this,
That's
leave that
right.
alone.
Right.
I know where it come from.
That's right. Come from the church.
You know where it come from. Gotta leave those ways alone. You can't bring those ways of worship to an idol God and serve God. These are the things that he said, leave alone. These are the ordinances he said, the ordinance in Egypt, y'all gotta leave that alone. Y'all got a lot of stuff. Y'all pray. The way y'all pray to the idol in Egypt, you can't pray to me like that.
We ain't read nothing about saints marching in, bro.
Ain't no saints marching in. We reading about the saints.
Yeah.
All the saints are dead.
Yeah.
If you do what you're supposed to do now, we say you crash the party. But all the saints is already there. The examples is already there. We living in a wicked era. We living in an era of Satan.
Yes, sir.
That's what this is.
Yes, sir.
It's his era.
He said
And guess what's the banner? The banner is the cross. People think that Satan and the cross is two different things.
Yeah,
they're the same. They're the same.
It's the same. Satan is and Satan.
He's the master of deceit and trickery. All right? He is not going to come to you like he came to Eve. You don't move like that no more. Because the jig is up. Okay? Now he do it slick. Outside forces, get agents, ideas in your head. Make stuff. Yeah. Now we go to Jeremiah chapter 30. Let me tell you what verse right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chapter 30. Yeah, put the top. Read it quick. 15 more minutes.
The word that came to Jeremiah from Israel saying.
The word that came to Jeremiah, the word of prophecy, the word of the future, the word of the state of Israel, and what's going to happen came to Jeremiah. God spoke to Jeremiah. It's like these prophets were like CNN. They were like newscasters and weathercasters. They said, man, when Samuel come, they said, man, is it good? Is the word good? Or is either he coming to pronounce evil or good? Well, let's see. Tell you.
Thus speaketh Israel, saying, write thee all these words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. Below.
Write these words. Now, Jeremiah had a scribe called Baruch. So everything that God telling Jeremiah to write down, he had Baruch right there writing it down. Baruch the scribe. He's the one that wrote everything down in the book of Jeremiah. Tells you.
Lo, the days come, say,
Yo, what kind of cave people have assistants? Scribes, and recorders, readers. It's an order. Don't you see that? We weren't cave people, man. We weren't cave, we were civilized, man. God-fearing people, man. Any time we ran up in the cave was to run away when the city is being invaded. Or when God hit the city up, Sodom and Gomorrah, they had to run up in the cave somewhere. You run in the cave to get away. We didn't live in caves.
No, we weren't cave people.
Our whole families did not live in caves.
No, sir.
I didn't get my woman by knocking her over the head and dragging her. I didn't speak in the guttural. That's how the Babylonians' ancestors spoke. That's how the Greeks' ancestors spoke.
Niggas doing it now in Africa.
Come
on, man.
All of that stuff is weird. But listen,
They
man.
understand each other. The Lord, the days come, say the Lord, that I will bring again the captivity of my people.
He said, this is for the far future. This ain't happened yet. Most of the stuff in the prophecy happened already. This hasn't happened yet. He said, there's going to come a time where you're going to have all of his people back. Whoever's still in captivity and descendants is still around here, but the majority is in the ground.
Yeah.
He said, you're going to bring them back. Tamshi.
And Yehuda, say that Israel.
My people, Israel and Judah, not just Judah. Remember, Israel got taken away captive hundreds of years before Judah got taken away to Babylon. And then Judah came back. And then the Romans came and wiped them out. But Israel been gone. But this time he said, I'm bringing everything back. Everybody's coming back.
That's the party.
Okay? Tamshi.
Now I cause them to,
He said, I will cause them
to return to the land that I gave to their fathers.
They're coming back.
That's the party.
That's their land. That's why so much going on.
Chaos.
Because none of that belongs to the people. And
spewed.
they don't serve the Shabbat over there.
And spewed.
They got Jake over there. They got churches over there. They got McDonald's over there. They got strip clubs over there.
Always be proud.
They try to remember America backs their play.
Yep.
So everything that's here in America is in Israel
There'll
now.
always be problems over there.
All right? Tom Sheep.
And they shall possess it. And these are the words that Israel spake concerning Israel and concerning Yehuda.
He said, and these are the words that God spake concerning Israel and Yehuda, the children of Israel.
For thus say the Lord, we have heard a voice of trembling of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now and see whether a man doth travel with child.
No. He said, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. That's what you hear all over the world. Okay? At night, nice and quiet, you hear people screaming out there. You hear uproars. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. You're walking past, the other day I'm walking past, you hear a woman and her man battling, going to war in the house. Next thing you know, police come. Okay? There's wars going on over here. This is happening here. It's violence, it's turmoil. That's what God said. Right now,
Mayhem.
we have a voice of trembling, of fear, not of peace. There's no peace nowhere. That's why I say you get your peace if you serve God when you die.
In death.
You don't get that peace here.
In death.
Tom Sheep.
Ask you now and see whether a man doth travail with child.
He said, ask around and see if you got a man that has a baby, that gets pregnant. No such thing. We're trying to do it now.
They're trying hard.
See, back then, it was like this was a non-existent. No man would think, oh, I want to know what it is to have babies and breastfeed. Men, period, the wickedest heathen back then did not think like that. My God. They was content how they were born.
Somebody will say that, and then you got
Everybody today is so vain.
the idiots that will go along. Oh, that's
You got people who shave their eyebrows. You can't touch your eyebrows, especially for the woman. Y'all leave your eyebrows alone. Anytime you mess with your eyebrows, it's a commemoration to the dog god. You are worshiping a dog.
Oh, so when I go get my eyebrows done,
You worshiping a dog. I can't wax them. You cut them off and then paint. What kind of, you know what that is? That's things that was taught. Okay? Things that were taught to man. Okay? Practices that was taught to man that keeps them devoted to the other side.
And further with
Tell
the
she.
Most High. Ask me now and see whether a man doth travel with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his
He
loins?
said, men don't get pregnant, but why I'm seeing him walking around like this now? Why I see him holding his loins? The area of where his virility is at, where his viralness is at. Tell she.
As a woman in travail, more faces are turned into paleness.
He said, man, these guys is weak. They don't got weakened like a woman in travail.
Right.
He ain't supposed to be in pain like that. This not supposed to be happening. Certain things were not becoming of men back then.
That's right.
And certain things were not becoming of women back then.
That's right.
Tell she.
Alas, for the day is great.
Alas, there go that word again.
So
Alas, for the day is great.
so that none is like it.
Uh-huh.
It is even the time of Yahweh.
Look, when he said the time, the day is great, meaning it wasn't a beautiful day. Don't mean that. Alas, man, this day here, a lot of trauma went down.
Yeah.
That's what's going to be said. Tamshi.
But he shall be saved out of it.
He said, even in the time of Jacob's trouble, he shall be saved out of it. Tamshi.
It shall come to pass in that day.
So it shall come to pass in that day, in the future, sometime in the future, God,
that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him.
See, you ain't gonna serve strangers no more. There's gonna come a time that happens. Tamshi.
So they shall serve the Lord their God and David their king, whom I will raise up.
Wait.
But people don't believe that. People don't believe that.
Read that verse again, brother.
They shall serve the Lord their God.
You think we
and
doing
David
this
their
just
king.
for here?
No.
You think all of this is for here? And when we die, that's it? You vanish into nothing?
Nah.
Or you get to go to heaven?
No.
Nah. No, man.
People think they go to heaven.
No.
You don't go to heaven at
Nobody
all.
is up there.
Even
man.
the righteous don't go.
Come on, man.
Everybody goes down. Everybody go. All
There's
souls go
chambers.
down, and then they get split.
Then you
Good,
get split.
bad.
That's right.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, that's how it
And
goes.
I know that's how it goes from what I read.
Ain't nobody
He
went
said,
to
the
heaven.
lot of the righteous shall not rest upon the lot of the wicked. Meaning they're not going to be separate. Thank you, brother. They're going to be separate. They're going to be separate. So comprehension is high here. We understand what we read in here. Oh, that's very good. Tongue sheet.
But they shall serve the Lord their God and David their king.
And they're going to serve God. All of Israel going to be back one day in Israel. And they're going to serve God. Everybody going to serve God. Everybody going to be on the same page. And guess who's going to be there? He said he will what?
King David.
He said, and David their king, who will I raise? And I looked up the word raise. It says to make able to be on the scene. That's the definition for this. I'm going to bring back David. This scenario that I'm talking about, I'm bringing back David for this. He's going to come back.
Oh, yeah.
Abraham didn't get to enjoy the land that was given to his children. And God said he's going to come back and live on it. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They didn't get to do that yet. Moses didn't get to go on the land. You think they're going to just, that's it, and they never do that? They did all that work for nothing? God don't get down like that, man. And we shouldn't get down like that. Tongue sheet.
Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Yaakov, say the Lord. Not to be dismayed, O Israel, for lo.
Don't be dismayed. Don't be dismayed. You keep doing what's right by God. Things are gonna happen, y'all. All right? A lot of stuff. Man has said on so much stuff. It's gonna happen to the righteous as well. Certain things are gonna happen to the righteous as well. Okay? Don't let it discourage you. Don't think you're doing this for no reason. You're not, man. You're not. I'm telling you, you're not, man. All of this good stuff here for nothing. All these people died for the name of God in vain. You think they became like this, but they just, that's it? And God, okay, well, he died for my name, that's it. Yeah. No, he get back what was given at the beginning that man messed up, everlasting life. That's the reward. To come back on this planet and live forever the way God intended man. He did not intend for it to be like this. It's wickedness. That's why he told Adam, don't eat that. The day that you eat it, you're going to die. And he did. His lifespan got cut short. There became a day where you're going to leave here now. Before that, you exist forever. I made you. God didn't create nothing to die, man.
He died the same day.
He didn't create nothing to die. The same day he ate it, his lifespan got hit. Boom.
1,000 years to the Most High is one day.
Now everybody in that banner.
I'll contend with
So
anybody.
this is a trial. But guess what? If you make it back, you get the reward. You get what you earned, what you deserve. You have shown that you can live in righteousness forever. Tamshi.
Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Yaakov, thou be dismayed on Israel. Behold, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Yaakov shall return, and shall be in rest, be quiet, and none shall make him afraid.
This is for the and it's not going to be done by next.
That's right.
Okay? Next week, I'm going to show you guys certain points of how God going to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Shalom Aleichem.
Beyond the great